You guys doing? And no, I'm not wearing a Star Trek uniform. Sorry to disappoint. But it is a Star Trek themed t-shirt, so yeah. You can see the top of the logo, so. It's like, I think Pink Floyd slash Star Trek, like a combined t-shirt thing. Yeah. Anyways, it looks pretty, and I like it. But it's not even my only Star Trek themed t-shirt, but I don't have a full-on uniform. Maybe one day. It is a good idea, though. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Happy Thursday. And also, happy first stream of Anniversary Month. I mean, there's plenty planned for this month. And, yeah. Yes, Star Trek is for nerds, like me. I watched through the entire original series around, I think getting close to 10 years ago? I can't remember. But yeah, I binge watched the entire thing. I have the entire original series as a box set. And I really should rewatch it soon, because it's been too long. Thank you for the bits. And thank you for wishing me a happy anniversary month. As I mentioned, this is anniversary month, so this entire month will be an event of, like, me replaying old games. Yeah, and that's to celebrate my 5-year streaming anniversary. Because, yeah, that's a bunch of years. So... Oh, fair enough that most people would, well, read it as Trekkie. Because the thing is, like, usually looking at, like, that combination of letters, the two Ks make it seem like it's Star Trek, because, yeah, Trekkie is more of a common, like, spelling than Techie with two Ks, I think. So, anyway. I also watched several of the Star Trek movies, not all of them. But, yeah, I think I watched all the original series ones. Not 100% sure, though. I think I've got all of them on DVD. So, one day, I'll rewatch all my Star Trek stuff. Because just owning them on DVD slash Blu-ray is not enough. I also need to watch them again. So, not the animated series. Is there a Star Trek animated series? I mean, I know there's a Star Wars animated series, but I didn't know there was a Star Trek one. I don't really watch animated series, so... it's not very good. Yeah, that makes sense, because, as I mentioned, I haven't really heard of it, so... I'd assume I would have heard of it if it was, like, super popular. So, I don't know. And I'd assume it's with a different cast, so... Either way, I don't generally watch animated series to begin with. I haven't watched the Star Wars animated series, but I have watched all the Star Wars movies, or, well, all the main ones. Haven't watched the spin-offs. But, either way. Well, I don't think McCoy was the actor's name. But, well. Either way. There is an animated one with the original cast. Alright, well. Or fine, the animated one had at least some of the original cast. Either way, probably going to check it out eventually when I get back into rewatching all of Star Trek. So, I haven't even watched all the other shows yet. I watched quite a bit of Next Generation, and also quite a bit of Voyager, but Deep Space Nine, I've like watched maybe half an episode, so yeah. Whole cast is in the animated one. Alright, sure. So I'd assume I'll watch that at some point just to hear the original cast again. Because I really like them. I mean, they're dramatic in some cases, but in a way that's also just, well, acting has changed, I'd say. So, yeah, like, there's a lot more, like, overly dramatic, like, performances in, well, lots of older stuff. You should watch Star Trek. Have you not watched any of it? Because if so, yeah. How bored Shatner is. Well, I think, his performances were varied in the original show, too. He's definitely one of the most dramatic ones. I'm not saying, like, the character is bad. I'm saying, like, the portrayal is sometimes very over the top, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, especially for, like, it being a bit of a cult classic. So, yeah, it kind of works. I mean, overall, the original series is very overly dramatic at some points, and the costumes are, well, hilarious in some cases. Like, putting a chihuahua in, like, a Halloween store lion costume and calling it an alien. So, yeah. There's definitely some interesting stuff in there. A clip of William Shatner fighting a guy in a lizard suit. Yeah, I think I know which one you mean. Is it the one where he builds, like a cannon out on the desert? Because I remember that part. Star Wars, Star Trek? Leaning towards Star Trek, but I do also like Star Wars. So, overall, I prefer Star Trek, but that doesn't mean I dislike Star Wars. So, yeah. But overall, I do like both of them. Both franchises, I'd say, have had their ups and downs. Favorite Star Wars episode? As in movie, I'd assume, because they do also have at least one show. Pretty sure it's more than one show at this point, at least. I mean, there's The Mandalorian, there's the new Obi-Wan, like, show. Either way, I'd have issues deciding. Fun fact, I watched the prequels first. So, for those of you who really, really hate the prequels, well, I can't really relate because those were kind of my introduction to Star Trek. Or Star Wars, sorry. We're here to talk about Star Trek. Star Wars. Anyways. Yeah. So, I watched the prequels first, and, yeah, I didn't really hate them. They weren't my favorite movies, but in general, I don't really like action movies that much, and they felt very action movie, well, esque. There's other elements in there too, of course, but, well, overall, it feels very, like, here's explosion quality content at some points, so that's just not my favorite. Thank you for the follow. Also, is my bot asleep? I'll have to check. And nice username. My bot should be working. What's my bot doing? I'm very confused. Either way, yeah, so as I was saying, didn't hate the prequels, but they're not my favorite movies ever. So there's that. Yes, floofy hair again. I know, it's very surprising. It's just on my head at all times. So sometimes it's braided, but yeah. Very surprising that my hair is still floofy. Anyways, thank you for the bits. Yeah, I can't have my hair loose all the time, especially in summer. It's 29.2 degrees today in here. I'm not talking about outside. I'm talking about right here at this desk. Like, the thermometer standing in front of my face says 29.2. So, yeah, I'm warm, but I decided to have floofy hair today, so we are sticking with that decision. So, yeah. But yes, since we were talking about, like, Star Trek and Star Wars, yeah, I watched Star Wars first. I watched the prequels. I think then I watched the original series of Star Trek. And then the original Star Wars movies. I think that was my timeline. Either way. Yeah, I watched it in that order. I'm not sure when I watched the new Star Trek movies in that whole sequence. I did watch them at some point, but I'm not sure if I watched them before or after watching the original series. How long's my hair? Long. Like, I can try and show it off. So, I'm, like, mostly off screen at this point, I know. There. And yes, you can see the lovely green screen behind me. So, this is how long it is. Nice PC. Oh, thank you. It, like, it sits right here. But it's not the one I'm actually currently using, because green screen. Also, I can throw a shadow on this mirror because it's a totally real mirror behind me, not a green screen. So, yes. But I do like that PC. It's, like, this one. This is the PC I started streaming on. This is my first gaming PC. So, I do definitely like this PC. So, yeah. There we go, first web. But yeah, my first proper gaming PC ever. It still has all the original parts I got it with. I was not the person to build it, but it is, like, a custom-built one. So, yeah. There is that. And I got it in, I think, 2016? So, yeah. I've had it for a while. Still works. And I still like it. It is getting a bit old, though, in regards to, like, performance. But it's fine. Mainly comparing it to the PC that I'm currently using, which is from 2018. I am definitely noticing some differences. As in, like, the older PC not being as good at, like, video rendering and stuff like that. But it's fine. It still works, especially for retro games. So, yeah. It's a good PC. Anyways. Yeah, the mirrors make the room look a lot bigger than it is. But, yeah. This room is, like, this right there is the reflection of the monitor, and this here is the mic arm. So, yeah. Also, this tiny yellow spot right there is a duck. And it's a magnet that's attached to the mic arm. can't show it off right now because, as I mentioned, it's in a different country, so. But, yeah, there's also skulls on the shelves. There's at least, like, that one in view. The other ones aren't in this picture. Anyways, that's plenty of chatting. Let's get to the actual game, shall we? Also, just before we start, I've had this tattoo since, like, the second day of TwitchCon. It's still on there. This is a temporary tattoo. It's, like, almost 3 weeks. So, apparently I'm great at having temporary tattoos stay mostly intact. It's weird. But I'm slightly impressed, and let's see how long it ends up staying on there. So, yeah, it's a temporary tattoo, honestly. Like, it's cracked. Like, it definitely has cracks on it at this point. Yes, it's a temporary tattoo. I got it at TwitchCon. It's just, like, a standard, cheap, temporary tattoo. But somehow, I've been managing to keep it fairly, like, pristine. So, yeah. Just wanted to brag about that real quick. So, going to have to move some stuff around, and there we go. So, but yeah, I'm not planning on getting an actual tattoo of a Twitch emote. Especially a Twitch emote that I didn't even design. Like, a Twitch global emote as a tattoo just seems very silly to get. I mean, yeah. Just doesn't feel right. So, space. The final frontier.
These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its mission? To explore strange new worlds, to discover new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
In the actual show, he said 5-year mission. In this one, it's just mission, I think? So, yeah, they, like, changed up the text. Also, in the movies, I think he said ongoing mission. Good thing I'm not a nerd. Yes, the original cast. Yes.
Human world.
Though the Enterprise's primary mission is peaceful exploration, the galaxy holds many surprises. To be prepared, we are conducting a mock battle with the USS Republic.
Okay.
Captain Patterson reports the Republic is in position and ready to begin, Captain.
The Republic is arming weapons and raising shields. I suggest we do the same, Captain.
So, how did saving work in this one? I know there was a way. I just can't remember it. Oh no. I didn't look it up, so.
Master makes the Enterprise's warp drives have overloaded and exploded.
Not my engine! It's just a simulation, Scott.
Captain Patterson says better luck next time, sir.
Lowering shields and disarming weapons.
Message coming in from Starfleet.
On screen, Lieutenant.
Jim, the Enterprise is ordered to travel to Pollux 5. The natives report that alien life forms have been attacking the settlers near a mine at Mount Idle. You are to report to the High Prelate of the colony. The settlers are members of the Acolytes of the Stars sect. The description of the attackers vary, but all say that the attackers resemble creatures from many Earth religions known as demons. Starfleet wants you to determine the nature of these creatures and to resolve the situation without bringing harm to the colonists. Starfleet out.
So, we got our mission. So, how did the controls work for this? I know there was some way to control stuff. Just can't remember what it was. So. I think I also had that issue last time I played this game. Fine, I'll look up the controls for this game. Because it's been years, I can't remember. Just like I can't remember, like, how the rest of this game works. So. Let's see. Oh right, it had its own, like, sheet of different controls. Okay, and copy protection stuff. Alright. So... I've got the map. And... there, controls Enterprise. Captain's Command... Plenty of stuff on there. Well, the thing is, sure it's a point-and-click game, but... the mouse is currently stuck to the viewing screen. So... there, and... I've got the map again. Good. I didn't want to research it too much because, well, I don't want to research more than I have to. Yeah. Because basically I get to do a second blind playthrough of this game. What planet is that? Found a planet. So. Impulse engines. One is stop. Well, apparently not here. Oh, that's combat. Command T is Spock.
I
There we
advise
go.
referring to the star map and setting a course for the Pollux system, sir.
There we go. So. So, the Pollux system. What were these? So that's... oh, there. Saving.
Save
Got
new
it.
game.
Save. Description 1. Enter. We've saved. So. But yeah, it is a point-and-click game, but it's also one that requires the keyboard. So. K for Kirk, which is the menu. It makes sense to someone.
Captain's log.
So. No missions have been completed. Okay, what did Spock say
I
about
advise referring
the
to the
Pollux
star
system?
map and setting a...
Okay. So, star map is N. And we need the Pollux system, for which I need the copy protection star map. So, Pollux is number 19, which is that one.
We have arrived at Pollux 5.
There we go. So, now we can ask Spock again.
We are too far from the planet for a sensor probe, Captain.
Okay. So, instead, we order to orbit the planets.
Entering standard orbit.
Alright. It definitely feels like they didn't make the controls in a way that would benefit the gameplay, but in a way that would benefit copy protection. But it's fine. Alright, so scanning.
Pollux 5 has recently emerged from an ice age, sir. It's spring at the moment, cool but tolerable. Sensors indicate previously documented flora and fauna. Nothing unusual.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want copy protection? The game. But to be fair, lots of games from that time are copy protection the game. So, well, I don't know how to get the cursor off the view screen. I'm not sure I managed to do it last time, but it's fine. So we are going to hail planet or ship.
Message from High Prelate Robert Angiven, sir.
Welcome, Enterprise. The High Prelate awaits you. Please, beam down and meet with him.
Okay. And now we beam down.
Spock, come with me. Mr. Scott, you have the comm.
Nice.
This is so much better, gentlefolk. We are honored at your presence and hope you will find peace here in our haven.
So,
Captain, the flora on this planet is very interesting. I wonder how useful it may be for medicinal purposes.
can I also save over here? Not sure. It'll be fine. So we can walk, talk, use the inventory, pick up or get, look, and skip speech. Okay. Tab to switch the cursor. Okay. Well, it doesn't do anything here, but I'll keep that in mind for when we actually get back to the ship. But yeah, it seems saving is... Oh, saving is available. There we go.
Save new game.
So, that's save number 2. It's in the manual. Well, I didn't actually pull up the full manual. I pulled up the Steam page. But it's fine. Yes, maybe for my 25th anniversary stream. Yeah.
I'm Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. We have received word that alien life forms are creating problems at your mining facilities at Idle Mountain. Tell me more.
Okay. That's a choice.
Most High Prelate Angiven, I am honored to meet you. I consider it my divine duty to assist you in any possible way with the spawn of the devil.
Okay, that's a weird option.
Been
Not
seeing
gonna go for that.
ghosts and boogeymen, eh? I find that a little hard to believe. I'm Captain James T. Kirk of the USS
Yeah,
Enterprise.
I'll go for the
We have
first one.
received word that alien life forms are creating problems at your mining facilities at Idle Mountain. Tell me more.
Certainly, Captain Kirk. Not aliens per se. We have encountered what we believe are demons at Idle Mountain. Creatures surely emerging from the very gates of hell. Our God would not test us thus without reason. So we believe your might and insight are our God's method to help us discover what is going on.
Aside from seeing demons, has any hard data been collected? Any evidence I could see? Demons, gates of hell, this is the 23rd century. Aside from seeing demons, has any hard data been collected? Any evidence I could see?
Sure. Let's go with that
A
one.
skeptic would consider everything merely anecdotal or unproven. My people will gladly tell you their own stories, so you need not hear it secondhand through me.
What can you tell me about the mine itself? You're wasting the time of a starship capable of destroying this planet with campfire stories? No wonder you were dumped out here in the middle of nowhere.
Ouch.
What can you tell me about the mine itself?
Well, try and be nice.
The area is exceptionally stable tectonically, and easy for our machinery to work in, praise God. We've mined for hafnium and a variety of useful trace elements. The deeper we dig, however, the more anomalous the variety of minerals seems to be. Our Ignatiate brother Stephen has his own theories about why this might be. Either way, the anomalies inspired Brother Candry to conduct studies inside the mine. Yesterday, he reported discovering a strange door. A gate to hell, surely, for the demons caused a cave-in immediately. Candry was trapped, unconscious, and the demons prevent us from rescuing him. We can only hope he is still alive. Thank you for your courtesy, Kirk. May you receive the guidance and protection of our God as you complete this divine mission.
Okay. I guess I'll save again. I'm not sure how many saves we can have, but odds are we'll find out.
Save new game.
So, time to look at some doors. And there's people. Can I talk to them?
I am worried about Brother Chubb. Can you examine him, Doctor?
I mean...
This man needs help, Jim, and I wouldn't want to put it off for too long.
So, can I help? Look at him?
A sturdy man of advanced years whose blue eyes meet yours with clarity,
fine, that one needs help.
curiosity, and directness.
So, talk to
This
that
man is in no condition to talk.
Talk to this person.
He is too busy consoling the wounded man.
Talk to this person.
He is too busy consoling the wounded man.
Inventory. Medkits?
Jim, this man has suffered severe physical injuries to his head and arm. The wounds have been adequately cared for. However, he has developed a Nugarian infection. If not treated swiftly, the effects can be fatal. The infection can normally be treated with hypoditoxin, but there's none on the Enterprise.
I may be of some assistance. The Lorexian berry grows near the mouth of the cave.
Okay.
If I could acquire it, I would be able to synthesize the hypoditoxin from the berry. Unfortunately, the demons prevent us from approaching the cave entrance. Perhaps you could retrieve it for me.
Fine, we'll go fetch it for you. So, cave entrance. And what's the other door? One of those.
A glass-fronted display of mineral specimens, including a meteorite, a few fossil shells, the skull of a cat-sized alien animal, and a very encrusted twist of metal.
A cat-sized alien animal that is definitely not a cat. Don't even apply it's a cat. It's anything but a cat. Yeah. So, berries, they're supposed to... that technically grow around here. Oh no. Okay, that's not great. Let's see, how do we fire our phasers? I'm not sure. I guess I just use the phaser. So, inventory. Phaser set to stun. Oh, dang it! Red shirt. There we go.
You see a small explosion, and the Klingon's hand falls to the ground with a dull thud.
I guess they don't make Klingons like they used to, sir.
Okay.
You fail to obtain anything.
What is that?
You fail to obtain anything.
Captain, we registered phaser fire and an unknown energy beam. Is everyone okay?
We're fine. Did you register any disruptor fire?
No, Captain. Why? Are there Klingons down there?
No, just an idea. Kirk out.
Fascinating. I begin to suspect that we have stumbled upon something that the colonists would never have uncovered.
What is it, Spock?
I wish to gather further data before making a definite conclusion, Captain.
You take the Klingon's detached hand.
Yeah, so basically they're hallucinating. And since they're scared of Klingons, they hallucinate
look like Klingons.
Klingons. So, berries. Somewhere around here.
These Branzite pods add a nice touch to the local flora.
Berries.
A large patch of Kytelian tulips. A large patch of Kytelian tulips.
Yeah, well.
These are very beautiful Doctus cattail.
Can we scan for them with a tricorder?
One Starfleet issue science tricorder, a science office.
Okay, so use the tricorder.
The Branzite pod is similar to Terran milkweed, except that the silk pods are in bright iridescent colors.
Great, thanks, Spock.
Doctus cattails are similar to their Terran namesake, except that they are known to cause hives if in contact with flesh for any amount of time. Kytelian tulips are a perennial flower that survive in almost any climate.
Can I scan the red shirt?
Nothing to report, Captain. This is not a Klingon, Captain. Not a real one. It is an organic construct, an android-like robot. It looks like a Klingon, but the appearance is entirely superficial.
Ooh.
Nothing to report, Captain. Nothing to report, Captain.
Anything else? The water?
Nothing to report, Captain.
So let's just go in there and see if the berries are here. Oh, there they are. So, fetch the berries.
You have retrieved a sample of berries.
Lovely. Back in here to hand over the berries. Who needed them? Or do I just hand them over? I guess I just hand them over.
Nothing happens.
Who needed them?
Good.
There you go.
You have found the berries. Bring them to my lab quickly.
Which one's your lab? Is it the other one? Why can't he just take the berries and bring them to his lab? Okay. So, what do you want me to do with the berries?
I never dreamed that Starfleet would be interested in my discoveries, Captain. But our God often surprises us.
Well, we're kind of busy delivering berries right now. So...
You tinker with it, but do nothing significant.
Just giving them
The
to him now?
settings on the Yardak floor have already been adjusted. Simply place the berry in the machine and the hypoditoxin will be synthesized.
The machine. This machine?
You tinker with it, but do nothing significant.
This machine?
Nothing happens.
This machine? Okay.
The machine synthesizes a quantity of hypoditoxin.
We've got to get this to Brother Chubb as quickly as possible, Jim.
Did we pick it up? Yes, it seems like it. So as quickly as possible, also known as slowly walking over to the other side. I mean, there's no rush. Okay, so how do I access my inventory again? There we go.
Thank you. You're most kind.
Okay, so can I talk to him now?
I headed up the party that sought to rescue Brother Kandri. Without warning, the demons appeared and attacked us as we approached the mine.
Can you tell us what they look like?
Like the demons that have plagued devout folk since before our people left the earth. Huge, muscular demons with ruddy skin, truly the manifestation of evil, with bat wings, horns and talons and a pointed tail. God preserve us all. One tore open my arm and I surely would have perished, but for my companions who bore me back down the mountain.
The demons didn't follow you?
No.
Okay, anything else?
I headed up the party that sought to rescue Brother Kandri. Without warning, the demons appeared and attacked us as we approached the mine.
Can you tell us what they look like?
Like the demons that have plagued...
The demons didn't follow you?
No.
I am Brother Griznash. I went up the mountainside in solitary prayer seeking to face my fears. Indeed, I found them. A bellowing Krognik demon with sharp teeth and a long snout descended upon me in a rush of wind.
Captain, a Krognik demon has a decidedly wolfish appearance. Brother Griznash, is this not the traditional shape of the Evil One and his minions among Tellarites?
It is.
I believe this may be significant, Captain.
Okay.
Brother Kandre is my partner. I was on the communications link when the demons caused the rockfall and silenced him. He said he'd found a strange door with devilish writing. Truly, he came upon the gate of hell itself.
I am Brother Stephen, an Ignatiate following the holy teachings with mind and soul alike. I believe the anomalous mineral readings in combination with evidence of ancient disturbances in this otherwise highly stable geologic location indicates previous habitation of the region eons ago.
Why, Spock, you two should get along fine. He sounds just like you.
I would be equally honored to discuss medicine with you, Doctor, as science with your Vulcan associate. Let me continue. I believe our God made humans, aliens, and demons all. If I could get a real demon into my study, I would bless our God for the opportunity, as I thank him for everything in this life.
You tread close to unholy knowledge, Brother Stephen.
I appreciate your prayers, Brother Roberts. Captain, if you and your people go up the mountain, I hope afterward you will visit me in my study, which is next door. I'm too old to make the trek myself, but I'm eager for knowledge. In return, I will offer you what insights our God grants these old eyes.
Right. So, I think I've talked to both of them now. I can talk to my red shirt.
You get no response.
Brother Kandre was...
Yeah, already talked to him.
You know, Jim, they can take a captain out of a starship and a science officer out of his lab, but you can never retire a doctor.
Not the good ones, that's for sure.
My mom wanted me to become a doctor. Honest. But I hated my biology classes.
So did I, but I became one anyway.
That is not logical, Doctor.
Neither was some of my professors.
That was a very random conversation to have in front of all these people, but okay.
The medical methods of these people seem primitive to me, Doctor.
By our standards, yes. Here the acolytes prefer a simpler lifestyle. Unfortunately, this is one of the consequences.
Also seems a bit rude to go, oh, by the way, your methods are primitive. Yeah. Or, well, more like standing right in front of them and go, their methods are primitive. And they totally can't hear us, even though they're standing right next to us.
My Uncle John lived with the Acolytes a long time ago. He died in their service helping plague victims on New Ontario 6 20 years ago.
The Acolytes did a lot of good work for the needy in this quadrant.
It will be good to help them for a change.
So, I'll save again.
New game.
And we're supposed to trek up the mountain. I think. But probably also check inside the cave. We'll see. Mining equipment, use this road. Okay. Nothing this way, nothing that way. So, yeah, we'll just go there again. And into the cave. Okay.
A large pile of rubble blocks what appears to be a large metallic structure.
So, can we blast it away?
Captain, the structure is extremely unstable. I would not recommend disturbing the lower section before the upper sections have been cleared.
Okay, so.
Assume firing positions.
Was the correct idea. Just didn't do it in the correct order. Ah. Bye-bye, red shirt.
He's dead, Jim.
Of course he is. So, did I just choose the wrong boulder to fire on first? I'll try and load this one. I mean, yeah, losing a red shirt is kind of... Well, you have to lose a red shirt. Otherwise, it's not really Star Trek. Or at least not the original series. They very clearly tried to not have it work like that. In the later shows, but... Well, I'm trying not to lose characters, like, right at the start. Maybe I'll leave them, I don't know. I'm probably not going to go for full points. Because for that, I'd need to use a walkthrough, because it's been too long.
Assume firing positions.
So, I definitely clicked on that one. Okay. There we go.
There is no apparent effect.
Captain, this course of action is ineffectual. That action would be...
So, I think we're done. And let's look at the corpse.
One of the acolytes who was trapped by the rockfall.
And... Bones, time for your catchphrase, most likely.
It was a near thing, but he'll live.
Oh, fine. He's not dead, Jim. So.
Oh, thank you, kind souls, for saving my life. Let me rest here for a little before returning to report this miracle to Prelate Angiven.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, thank you, kind.
Can we scan him?
I think Dr. McCoy would be better suited to deal with this.
Well, he already did.
I've done all I can. He just needs rest now.
Yeah. What are those? Because that's the communicator, but what's this? Let's see. Look.
One Starfleet issue medical tricorder
medical
to
tricorder.
ensure that
Fine.
Starfleet doctors make the correct diagnosis.
I mean, it's always that small in the show, so it's kind of difficult to know what it looks like. So, use the tricorder.
This man is badly hurt and suffering from shock and exposure as well.
Okay. And, like...
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
I guess that's just, like, use something with your hands. And look at the hands.
A cavern deep in Mount... This hand was taken from the Klingon outside the cave.
Right, we picked up a severed hand. What about that? Can I use items on other items? Because tricorder on the hand? No. Doesn't work. So I can't combine items. Spock, what do you think about this?
I recommend as thorough an analysis of this area as possible.
Okay.
Nothing to report, Captain.
What about the door?
Fascinating, Captain. This door is made of an unknown material. It is clearly built by an alien race we have no knowledge of.
Okay. Anything else? Guess not. And how about now?
I recommend as thorough...
Right. Same advice.
No sign of demons, Klingons, or other hostiles, Captain. I promise, I'll let you know the instant something appears.
Don't be too anxious, Ensign. We may want to talk with them.
Jim, the next time you need medical help on a snowball...
Bones.
I'll probably end up coming along.
So... is this the way to open the door? Who knows? I guess we go back and tell them that we found their guy. Or one of them, at least. Also, maybe hail the ship? Because it's been a while.
Nothing to report, Captain.
Okay. So, the scientist is in the other area. So let's talk to him. Probably about the fling on the hand. Look at this hand.
What a fascinating piece of equipment. Highly advanced technology. You see here, it seems to have been damaged, however. Take it to my workbench and let's see if it can be repaired. I fear my hands are too shaky to perform such fine work, but perhaps one of you can do it.
Okay.
Mr. Spock, see what you can do about that hand.
This machinery is delicate, but I have managed to repair the circuitry.
Okay.
See how the fingertips have micro-sized sensors? I wonder what use they may have.
Okay.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Guess I'll just look at it again.
This hand was taken from the Klingon outside the cave.
Well, at least we found something. Wrong action.
I never dreamed that Starfleet would be interested in my...
Fine. So they don't know about the guy we saved yet? Maybe the other group does? I don't know. Check if I can talk to them about the guy, because it feels like they should send someone over. Especially if that was the guy
Brother
they were
Candre
asking me to look for.
is my partner.
Okay, so they don't seem to care. Alright then. And he's gone. So, probably fine. So, there we go. That's web number 3. I'll use the tricorder on the door again.
Fascinating, Captain. This door is made of an unknown material. It is clearly built by an alien race we have no knowledge of.
Phase is set to stun.
There is no apparent effect.
Captain, this course of action is ineffectual.
Phase set to kill. Nope. Medical tricorder?
This is incredible, Jim. I'm picking up faint life sign readings behind this door.
Oh. Okay.
Nothing to report, Captain.
So, can I blast away the rest of the debris?
Violence will not solve our current...
Jim, you should relax a little more.
Just shooting everything. As you do. So, if I use the hand on this thing...
The hand circuitry triggers a connection and the door opens.
Okay.
Nothing happens.
Alright. I should probably look at things in here.
It appears to be an abstract piece of alien art.
Sure.
You fail to obtain any...
Fine, I was trying to use it. Okay. So, I mean, is this about how much of each circle is covered? Because that would be 1/6. Red one is halfway. And the yellow one also halfway? I don't know. Or does that shadow not count? There? I don't know.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
There's nothing at the moment for me to do there.
Fine. So, halfway, halfway, and 1.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
There is nothing at the moment for me to... There is nothing at the moment for me to...
Anything else I can look at?
This appears to control some unusual security equipment.
Okay, can I use that instead? No. Okay. Can't go over there? Currently? Alright. What about the thing Spock is standing in front of? I guess that doesn't matter. So, can I scan this?
Fascinating, Captain. It is a diagram of a lunar eclipse of this planet. See how the red sphere, the moon, is casting a shadow on the blue sphere, Pollux 5. This must be a very old piece of work, because this planet's moon was destroyed thousands of years ago. The machinery is waiting for the gravitational pull of another eclipse to activate it, an eclipse that will never come. And one other thing, Captain. This may also be a diagram showing the proper settings on that control panel.
Okay. I mean, I thought I was going for the proper settings. So there are 2 different settings that both have the same effect over at this side. Not quite sure what that means. So I'll just set it to that one. And red halfway again. There. Is that it?
Nothing happens.
No. So... The diagram might be copy protection, yeah. But they've already got so much copy protection that I'm not sure. How about this?
Nothing happens.
The other way around.
Nothing happens.
I'm trying to set this to a setting where it does something. And apparently this diagram gives me a hint what to do with it. So, yeah. I'm not doing it randomly. I'm trying to go for half of yellow, because half of it is covered by the shadow, half of red, because half of it is covered, and 5/6 of blue, because 1/6 of it is covered. So, it's not random what I'm trying to do, but it's not working. Or, I mean, approximately a sixth. It's difficult to tell what's a puzzle and what's copy protection. Do I want a suggestion? Sure. Yes, I know that this isn't necessarily a proper shadow, because that's just the environment. I do also try just leaving yellow the way it is. But it didn't work, so. Yeah.
Nothing happens.
See? Leaving yellow at full doesn't necessarily do it.
Nothing happens.
There is nothing at the moment.
So...
Nothing happens.
Can I look at it some more? Wait a second. Oh, can I use the specific members of the crew on stuff?
Fascinating, Captain.
I can?
Here's a diagram of a lunar eclipse of this planet. See how the red sphere, the moon, is casting a shadow on the blue sphere, Pollux 5. This must be a very old piece of work, because the machinery is...
Maybe Spock will have a better time. So, leaving yellow as it is, because that's the sun. Red's the moon. There. And let's go for this.
Nothing happens.
No. 1, 2, 3. No.
Nothing happens.
This alien construction takes readings of mental activity. It also activates manufacturing equipment related to security and includes a short-distance transportation device.
So if I use the hand on it...
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Okay, so Spock is standing right there now. Let's talk to Spock.
Logically, the machinery is sustaining some type of life in suspended animation. If we can reactivate the machines, then we may be able to meet its creators.
Okay. So I'm supposed to use this. It's just that they didn't really design the puzzle that well. Because there's so many different settings that could possibly be related to this diagram.
Nothing happens.
Yeah, it didn't change anything. So... I might just look it up. I'm assuming last time I just used a hint for this puzzle. So... let's see. Demon Worlds. Okay, all in the middle. Apparently. Okay.
Welcome to our home. Thank you for repairing our somnambutron.
Stop. You're trespassing on Federation territory.
Not sure how that meant that all of them were supposed to go in the middle. It's not a very good diagram to, like, suggest that. Either way.
I welcome you on behalf of the United Federation of Planets. Who are you? Where you come from? We did fix your machine. Can we write the repair bill off against rent on this land? Stop. You're trespassing on... I welcome you on behalf of the United Federation of Planets. Who are you? Where you come from?
We call ourselves Nowians. Thousands of years ago, we saw that meteor impacts were going to cause an ice age. We created this huge underground shelter to preserve our race, keeping us in suspended animation until the planet had recovered. We programmed the machinery to revive us at the next eclipse, but we did not count on the destruction of our moon.
Yeah,
Some advanced civilization. Perhaps you can tell us about the demons. Some advanced civilization. Perhaps you can tell us about the demons.
There. Let's ask them instead of insult them.
The demons, as you call them, are created by a machine designed to keep intruders away from our sleep chambers. It pulls from the minds of any approaching creature their most feared enemy and produces replicas to scare them away. For you and your crew, it was Klingons. For the Tellarite, a wolf demon. And for the other humans, a demon from their religion. On behalf of my people, thank you for waking us. I will turn off the machinery which creates our guardians, so that they no longer bedevil those with whom we now share our home. Oh, woe! Alas! The key is missing. I can do nothing. Even we will suffer the attacks of our own guardians unless the key can be found. I implore you, if you can help, please do so.
What does the key look like? Is it this hand?
Nothing happens.
Like, you didn't tell me what the key looks like.
Have you found the key?
But yeah, his voice sounds a bit rough. So I guess I'll go back. Talk to the scientist, maybe he has the key.
I never dreamed that Starfleet would be...
A glass-fronted display of mineral
Let's see. Spock.
You are interested in my little museum of curiosities?
Looks like a pile of junk if you ask me. Yes, tell us about these things.
I enjoy talking about these treasures. Shall I go into mineral specimen? True curiosities,
Oopsies.
nothing more. I think they're very pretty, don't you? Shall I go into mineral specimen? Meteorite, fossil shell, skull of a small alien, twist of metal.
Sure.
This chunk of rock is a greatly weathered example of a vanadium tungsten alloy, which doesn't occur naturally. It is my best evidence that the area was previously inhabited. Shall I go into mineral specimen, meteor, fossil, skull, twist of, or would you rather move on to something else? Very well. I can't imagine why, but if you have a further interest in any of this, take what you like.
Okay.
But please remember to return my treasures when you're done with them.
So, let's get all of them. This, and this, and this, and this, and that. We'll be back. Maybe. So, heading back in there. With our red shirt still alive. I know. Breaking from tradition. But I mean, this mission shouldn't really be deadly.
Jim, think about that skull we picked up from Brother Stephen. Now look at this alien. See the resemblance?
Okay. So, I guess I'll save before showing them that skull, just in case they see it as a threat. So...
A child? No, I see many differences. This must be what our people who did not slumber have become. Still, I would like to see these remains properly interred, according to the precepts of our religion. May I keep this?
Of course. I think you will get along well with the Pollux inhabitants, and I'm sure you will have interesting theological discussions. I think I should return it to where I got it from. No, I want to keep it as a memento for myself. Of course, I think you will get along.
There. Okay. And... anything else?
Have you found the key?
Seems so happy with a skull. Is this a twisted metal thingy?
You found the key.
There we go.
I can now turn off the machinery creating our guardians, and no more sentience shall be at risk. Surely the Holy One smiles upon us all. I have no way to thank you, Captain, but please carry this request from my people to yours. We have much ancient knowledge we can share, and we would like to join your federation. Go in peace.
I will be glad to accept your application to the Federation. We shall have a diplomatic envoy sent to make the final arrangements.
We look forward to meeting them. We also look forward to having discourse with the colonists. Farewell. May the Holy One bless you.
Live long and prosper.
Kirk to Enterprise. Beam us up, Mr. Scott.
We didn't give the stuff back. We said we would give it back. We didn't give it back.
Message from Starfleet.
On screen, Lieutenant.
We have read your report on the problems at Pollux 5 and evaluate your performance at 97%. You and your crew received 3 commendation points. The top brass at Starfleet are impressed. Outstanding work, Jim.
Alright.
I might have known there weren't any demons.
We all have demons of our own, Bones. The ones we can't confront are often the hardest to deal with.
These demons were based on fear, Captain. A human failing.
I don't know, Spock. Everything that I've ever read about demons describes them as having pointy ears.
I think the 3% were because the red shirt got shot once, but he didn't die, so...
Hijack.
Message from Starfleet, Captain.
On screen, Lieutenant.
The USS Enterprise is to report immediately to Beta Myamed. The USS Masada has failed to report as scheduled. Determine nature of delay and take whatever measures are necessary.
Set course for Beta Myamed, sir?
Yes. So, there we go. Yeah, the tab key does indeed do what it's supposed to. So, let's save.
Save new game.
And, no, that's weapons. Sorry. I'm confused. Solo does navigation, right?
May I respectfully remind the captain that we haven't accomplished our mission, sir.
What?
Raising shields.
Well, that's not going to help us.
Lowering shields, Captain.
Or does Chekhov do navigation? It's been a minute, so... It's just its own key, so... Whatever. Alright. And star map. We wanted to go to, what was it? What was the name of the planet? Or system? Whoopsies. We're just going to random one round.
We're off course, Captain.
Yes.
Instruments indicate that we have crossed the
Oh, no.
Romulan neutral zone.
Oh no.
Trouble, Captain. Romulans materializing off the port bottom.
Oh no.
Damage control standing by, sir.
Oh no.
Message from the Romulan commander, sir.
On screen, Lieutenant.
Enterprise, you are in violation of Romulan space.
Miss
My
Clicks.
orders are specific. Unauthorized Federation vessels are to be destroyed.
Misclicked Romulans. It's fine. There. Everything's fine. Spock.
Perhaps you should access my library computer, sir.
Oh, okay. So, apparently we're supposed to access Spock's library computer. Okay. How do I do that? Oh. Computer. I don't know. What was our mission again?
Captain's log.
Okay.
Perhaps you should access my library computer.
Can you, like, replay?
Orders are to proceed to Beta Myamid, sir.
Beta Myamid. Okay. But why using the library? I don't get it. Let's see. Beta Myamid is not on the list? Oh, no, there it is. 15. So navigation, that one.
We're off course, Captain.
Instruments indicate that we have crossed the Klingon neutral zone. Klingon ship is arming its weapon systems and raising shields.
Oh, fine.
Damage control
fine.
standing by, sir.
I clicked on 16 instead of...
On screen, Lieutenant.
Enterprise, you are in violation of Klingon space. Your ship
Copy
is
protection.
forfeit. Prepare to die.
Copy protection is always fun. Okay. Time to actually read the map properly. So, it's this one, I think. There we go.
There is an unidentified ship closing rapidly, weapons armed and shields up.
Okay.
Message coming in, sir.
On screen, Lieutenant.
Leave the Beta Myamid system immediately. You're interfering in Elasi affairs.
We are conducting a search and rescue mission for the USS Masada. It was last reported in this system. We cannot leave until we can confirm its location and condition.
So be it. You have been warned. Prepare to die.
Okay. So we'll save again.
Save new game.
Arming weapons.
I mean, the guy did say prepare to die. So, how does the steering work? Right. It was kind of tricky in this one. Nope. Come on. Okay, we hit them once. Twice. Okay. The ship go. Oh no. There it is. We're sturdy. Can I fire photon torpedoes? These are just the phasers, I'm pretty sure. Not sure if that worked. So. Yeah, I think those were the photon torpedoes. Okay. It'll take a while. Come on. There we go. Stop being so silly. Their flight pattern is just difficult to track. Would also be nice if I could repair the view screen, but I'm busy. I mean, why isn't Scotty doing all that already? They need to give him the orders. Well, that sounded louder. Yeah, I know it kind of looks like I'm flying straight into them. So, where was it? There it is. No. Come on. There it is. Okay. Torpedoes? Nope. They missed again. Torpedoes. There we go. Use the phaser some more. Nope. Torpedoes missed. Space combat is tricky. Ow. Stop it. Okay, let's see. Engineering. Can I repair the ship?
Aye, sir.
Okay. I think I get it. I don't know. There. Okay, that did something. No, it's back there again. I think I just need to know the keybinds. At least for combat. Okay, gonna pause it for a bit. But I thought we raised shields. Fine, so I forgot to raise the shield. I mean, Spock said raise shields, but I guess that didn't count as a command, because he's not the captain, but he said raise shields. I figured that that would mean that they are going to raise the shields, but it was just a suggestion. So, talk to the computer at sea. Okay. But I don't see, like, how to, like, talk to Scotty, so.
We're not in orbit, Captain.
Their shields would just make it way too easy. Hello, how are you doing today? But yeah, I'll load. I thought we had the shields raised. So... No, stop that! Stop that. Raise shields.
Raising shields.
There. Okay. And... repair. Wait, what's that?
I don't know how long she can take it, Captain.
What is that button? I don't know. Repair.
Aye, sir. Aye, sir.
Do stuff.
Shields repaired, Captain.
Okay. We've repaired the shields. Not sure what Scotty is doing in here, to be honest. It should be in the engineering section. So, I think the ship is fine now? Other than this spot? But I already told him to repair that. I think. So, they'll be fine. Oh, we haven't. Weapons.
Arming weapons.
There we go. Okay. Now we can fight. But I mean, it seemed pretty obvious that it would be a good time to, like, arm the shields when Spock said to arm the shields, but I guess it has to go through the proper chain of command, which technically isn't Spock. I guess Kirk just wants to take all the credit. So, we need to repair the shields.
Aye, sir.
Back to fighting. Repair the shields some more! What is going on there? Repair the shields harder. And repair the stuff. Okay. Let's tell him to repair some more.
Aye, sir.
Come on, repair them.
Aye, sir.
It's supposed to be repairing. Why isn't it repaired yet?
Engines repaired, Captain.
Finally. And how's the rest of the ship doing? You're supposed to repair the shields, you know?
Aye, sir.
It seems they're pretty good at dodging, unlike us. So...
Aye, sir.
just repair it all.
Aye, sir.
I mean, at least if we're basing them, they shouldn't be able to shoot us in the back. Right? Ow. Okay.
Aye, sir.
Repair the...
Bridge repaired, Captain.
Well, the view screen isn't.
Aye, sir.
I think it might have been the sensors. And repair the shields.
Aye, sir.
This is a surprisingly serious battle. I mean, we're only just starting our mission. They're already out to kill us. So.
Aye, sir. Bridge repaired, Captain.
Engines.
Aye, sir.
And
Aye, sir.
the shields. Not sure you can work on all of them at once. I don't know. Is there any way to see the air hull?
Ship design matches that of the Alassi pirates. Fast, maneuverable, and armed with photon torpedoes, but somewhat fragile.
So where am I supposed to shoot them? Any specific spot? No? Doesn't seem that fragile. We keep on shooting it, and we're the ones that keep on needing to repair things.
Aye, sir.
Okay, and still the shields.
Aye, sir.
And wait, is this the front of the bridge? I think this is the engine. So,
Aye, sir.
don't know if the bridge is actually damaged. We said bridge repaired.
Aye, sir. Bridge repaired, Captain.
So, there, the bridge was damaged. Okay.
Aye, sir.
But the sensors still seem damaged.
Aye, sir.
Get on it, Scotty.
Sensors repaired, Captain.
There we go. Sensors repaired just in time for us to get more damage to repair. Okay.
Aye, sir. Aye, sir.
And the engines.
Aye, sir.
So.
Engines repaired, Captain.
No, I haven't played Star Trek Online.
Aye, sir. Aye, sir.
And the shields.
Aye, sir.
Okay. Might have done something.
freeing.
The enemy ship's initial intercept course was from the last known position of the Masada. I suggest we orbit the planet for a closer sensor scan, sir.
Yes, I am shooting them while they're fleeing. That's okay. And don't come back! Okay. So, shields.
Aye, sir.
And let's orbit.
There she is, Captain. She does not appear to be seriously damaged. Her shields are up, and 27 life forms are aboard.
Her layout seems very strange. So...
Captain, we could use the command prefix code to lower the Masada's shields briefly, long enough for one transporter burst.
Hail Masada.
Hailing the ship, Captain.
Greetings, Federation Imperialists. I am Elasi Sereth, and I have claimed this ship as a blow for freedom against Federation tyranny.
This is Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. You are illegally in possession of Starfleet property.
Ah, the infamous Captain Kirk. The Masada is mine. You will release 25 political prisoners I specify, or I will destroy the ship and its crew. The list of those wrongfully imprisoned should be coming over to you now.
Data file captured, Captain. Computer indicates they were all convicted of piracy with various counts of murder and mayhem thrown in.
Freeing the prisoners you requested will take time. We have to track down their current locations, and Starfleet will have to grant permission to move them here. I will get that started. You should tender a show of good faith on your part. Will you beam over so we can discuss negotiations face to face?
And yes, the actress who played Uhura, or portrayed Uhura in the original series, so the first actress to portray the character, has recently passed away. Yeah. So I think, well, I'm not sure if anyone else out of the main cast is still alive other than Shatner. But I haven't really been following all of them, to be honest. Oh, right, Takei is still alive, so... yeah. But I don't know about the actor who played Chekhov. I haven't really heard much about him, to be honest. So, yeah. Let's see. We'll take time.
We can work together on this, Elasi. How about beaming some of the hostages over as a show of good faith? Freeing the prisoners you requested will take time. We have to track down their current locations, and Starfleet will have to grant permission to move them here. We can work together on this, Elasi. How about beaming some of the hostages over as a show of good faith?
Sure, we can work together on this.
What? Lower my shield so you can beam over a war party? I'm not stupid, Captain. We'll play by my rules.
So long as the shields are up, Captain, our hands are tied.
The Enterprise can overpower the Masada and take her, but the pirates would have all the time they need to kill every one of the hostages.
Will you send over data on the whereabouts and conditions of my falsely accused clansmen languishing in your dungeons, Captain?
Very well, we'll do it your way. I will put together the data packet. Kirk out.
So he is still alive. Okay.
Your fellow Elasi have been tried in Federation courts of law and found guilty of their crimes. We'll listen to your complaints if you discuss them reasonably.
Like, I haven't really been actively following the actors' private lives, so... I've seen them in, like, photos at conventions and stuff every now and then. But I wasn't really following any of them on social media, except Nimoy. I was following Nimoy on Twitter, I think. But, yeah.
Forget it, Elasi Sereth. You'll be the next one languishing on a Federation penal planet unless you drop your shields and surrender to me immediately. Very well, we'll do it your way. I will put together the data packet. Kirk out. Your fellow Alassi have been tried in Federation courts of law and found guilty of their crimes. We'll listen to your complaints if you discuss them reasonably. Very well, we'll do it your way. I will put together the data packet. Kirk out.
I'm not sure
You'll forget
what
it,
to go
Elassi
for.
Sereth. You'll be the next one languishing on a Federation penal planet unless you drop your shields and surrender to me immediately.
I guess I could go for aggressive.
Your jokes are dying, Captain Kirk, and so are the Masadans in the audience.
Captain, there is now one fewer life form on the Masada.
My shields remain up, Captain. I don't wish to kill any more hostages, but I don't want to hear from you again unless you're ready to exchange prisoners or send me the data I request. Elassi out.
Fine. Okay. So, I feel like I should try that conversation again. But I don't think I saved after the fight, so we'll have to redo that. I know. I'm sorry. So, raise shields this time. Shields.
Raising shields.
And weapons.
Arming weapons.
And back to this screen. And this time I'll try not to shoot them in the back, maybe. But maybe we can even destroy the ship. Yeah, the way this system works is necessarily the most user-friendly.
The enemy ship's initial intercept course was from the last known position of the Masada. I suggest we orbit the planet for a closer sensor scan, sir.
So I did get better at using the weapon system. And I don't think I can see them. Yeah, they're gone. Okay, so repair.
Aye, sir.
And we'll save.
Save new game.
And let's go into orbit. And this time I'll try not to get any of the
There
hostages
she
killed.
is, Captain. She does not appear to be seriously damaged. Her shields are up, and 27 life forms are aboard.
Okay.
Hailing the ship, Captain.
Greetings, Federation Imperialists.
This is Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. You are illegally in possession. This is Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. Listen, Lassie. Hand over the ship and hostages now, or things are going to get very nasty.
Well, Kirk, someone is about to pay the price for insolence.
Captain, there is now
freeing the prisoners you
What? Lower my shield so long as the
Enterprise can over.
Will you send?
Very well, we'll do it your way. I will.
Okay, so being aggressive at all is a bad idea. Noted. So.
Disarming weapons.
There she is, Captain. She does not appear to be seriously damaged.
Hailing the ship, Captain.
Well, just be nice to them.
Greetings, Federation Imperialists. I am Elassi Sereth, and I have claimed this ship as a blow for freedom against Federation tyranny.
This is Captain James T. Kirk of the U.S.
Ah, the infamous Captain Kirk. The Masada is mine. You will release 25 political prisoners I specify, or I will destroy the ship and its crew. The list of those wrongfully imprisoned should be coming over to you now.
Data file captured, Captain. Computer indicates they were all convicted of piracy with various counts of murder and mayhem thrown in.
Freeing the prisoners you requested will take time. We have to track down their current locations, and Starfleet will have to grant permission to move them here. I will get that...
What? Lower my shield so you can beam over a war party? I'm not stupid, Captain. We'll play by my rules.
So long as the shields are up, Captain, our hands are tied.
The Enterprise can overpower the Masada and take her, but the pirates would have all the time they need to kill every one of the hostages.
Will you send over data on the whereabouts and conditions of my falsely accused clansmen languishing in your dungeons, Captain?
Very well, we'll do it your way. I will put together the data packet. Kirk out.
Okay.
Hailing the ship, Captain.
Well,
do you have the data packet, Kirk?
Not yet. We're still working on it.
Captain, there is now one fewer life form on the Masada.
Okay. Even hailing them again after we've already talked to them kills someone. They're very trigger happy. Okay. I'm starting to wonder what happens if I just attack the ship straight out.
There she is, Captain. She does not appear to be seriously damaged. Her shields are up, and 27 life forms are aboard.
So. I think just for the funsies, we'll see what happens if we just attack them.
Save new game.
So. Think weapons are still ours? Nope. We can't. Nope. Not possible. Alright.
Captain, we could use the command prefix code to lower the Masada's shields briefly, long enough for one transporter burst.
Okay. Send the prefix code? I don't know what the prefix code is. Ugh.
That code had no effect, Captain.
Okay. So, are the prefix codes also copy protection? Prefix codes. Let's see. Ah. You ask the library computer about it. So, Masada.
Masada, USS. A Federation tug tender. Registry NCC 293391. Currently under the command of Captain Kevin Keeler. Crew complement of 17. Primary mission, tow, repair of disabled ships. Its input override code is 293391-197736-3829.
And send prefix codes. We'll just not even talk to them, we'll just try and board their ship. I mean, it seems rude, but I'll do it anyway, you just watch. So, 293-391.
That code had no effect, Captain.
Like, wrong button for the dash. So, 293-391. There. 197736 and 3829.
Sending prefix and lowering the Masada's shields.
Okay, and beam over.
Captain, the shields are up.
But they're not. Oh, our shields are up.
Lowering
Okay.
shields, Captain.
So, beam.
Spock, come with me. Mr. Scott, you have the con.
Just beam into that mess. Don't even ask them about it. I mean, if they don't tell me that they killed some of the captives, then can't have happened. Because that's how things work.
Save new game.
So, let's see. Scan this guy.
He's not hurt badly. I can revive him.
Okay. So, do it.
Thank you, Doctor. Be careful, Captain. The Alassi like to set booby traps. If you need any equipment, I've got my tools in this workspace.
Okay. Nice. I'll take those. Anything else? That's just one tool. Okay. I have no clue what it is, though, so I should probably look at it.
The Runsonate Transmogrifier. This device was invented by an engineer with a sense of humor about names. With the proper attachments, engineers use it for temporary fixes on key circuits.
Okay. So, let's talk to Spock.
When this operation is complete, Captain, we should have Mr. Scott or Transporter Chief Kyle come here to assist with the repairs.
Let's not look too far ahead, Mr. Spock.
Well, Jim, there's one thing I can tell you. I don't like Alassi.
I can't see them winning any popularity contests, Bones.
They can forget about my vote.
This is just like their raid on Damocles Station. Hard, fast, and dirty.
So, anything else I can pick up? This? No. Can I talk to this guy some more?
I suppose I should be grateful to see anyone after that. I thought I was dead.
Well, with any luck, you won't have to worry about that for quite some time.
Provided the Alassi don't have anything to say about it.
A small bomb appears to have damaged the transporter controls. The transporter bay has been damaged in a recent firefight.
I mean, I'm not sure why they transport into the transporter bay, even though it's broken. They probably have their reasons. Maybe just to know where to aim.
The cabinet is empty.
Okay. The tube on the ground doesn't seem to be important. So, let's just try and open this door. Feel like I should save again, so I'll do that.
Save new game.
Okay. Actually, we haven't used the tricorder enough. Is that guy still alive?
I suppose I should be grateful.
Well,
provided the...
Wasn't sure because of the music. It seemed a bit dramatic. So, Spock, you go look at things.
The controls have been virtually destroyed, Captain.
Can they be repaired, Spock?
With Chief Engineer Scott's assistance, I believe we could get them in perfect working order in 2 days.
Spock, we don't have 2 days. If we can repair the transporter, we might be able to transport onto the bridge and capture the Alassi.
I can attempt to jury-rig repairs if I can find parts. However, there is only a 67.357% probability of success.
I've always been a gambler, Spock. Figure out what you'll need.
I mean, the odds aren't too bad. It's above 50%. And we can always save scum. But don't tell Spock about that part. Okay. So... Spock. See anything?
I fail to see the logic in that action, Captain. 5 phasers without power packs, a drained phaser welder, insulation and bits of wire, and droplets of cooled molten metal. If we could find a point to interrupt the flow of power to the field, we could gain access to the bridge, Captain.
What field? Is there a force field?
I fail to see the logic in that action, Captain. I fail to see the logic in that
Okay. Can I pick up these things? Yes, I can.
You fail to obtain anything.
Okay. I think that's door over there. Can I use it? No.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Right. Get on. Phasers. There. Got them. Ha. I did it. Okay, so... Scan them.
The pirates won't wait for a while, but they're going to be quite unhappy when they do. I recommend that we not be here when they awake.
Hello. How are you doing today? Well, I have played both this one and Final Unity before. I do like both of them. But, well, I just generally really like the original series, so... might have a favorite just based on that. But, yeah. In general, I just really like Star Trek.
This guard is stunned.
So...
1 Starfleet issue science...
Let's see. Can I use the trigger on
Nothing
them?
to report, Captain. Nothing to report, Captain.
I mean, I'm
Captain,
not
the
sure what that
switch
is.
has been booby-trapped to detonate a bomb, presumably inside the brig somewhere.
Oh, that's the brig, right. Okay.
Nothing to report, Captain. Nothing to report, Captain.
Yeah, this one is really well made. So... let's see. Can't get over there.
Some kind of force field appears to cover the door.
Let's talk to Spock.
I don't think we can bring down that force field, Captain. If we could, though, it might be less risky than trying to transport onto the bridge.
So... how could we combine these things? Can I go here? No. Going back to the transporter. Well, maybe there's the computer outside. Maybe that one could be used. I think that's a computer, right? No? Maybe not.
I fail to see the logic in that action, Captain. If we could find a point to interrupt the flow of power to the field, we could gain access to the bridge, Captain.
Yeah, I mean, everything is a computer, basically, but... They're back again? Okay.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Fine, we'll stun them again. Really? Really now? He's fine. Have I used the tricorder on the controls?
Captain, the switch has been booby-trapped to detonate a bomb, presumably inside the brig somewhere.
Well, I think that's the bomb.
A medium-strength phaser bomb.
There it is.
The brig force field would contain the explosion, but it would kill the crew members within the cell. I recommend that we find a way of disarming it, Captain.
Good idea. Any suggestions on how to do that?
There. I believe the bomb is now defused, Captain. Captain, this wiring may prove useful in repairing the transporter.
Neat. So, can we just open the brig now? No? Spock, can you, like, do anything with it? There we go.
Thank you for freeing us, Captain. We'll secure the area so they don't come up behind you. We've had electrical problems with our door to our bridge, Captain. The Alassi don't know we put an electric shutdown device. You'd never find it by chance. But if you used a charged phaser welder 2 feet to the left of the door and 1 foot off the ground, you might be able to shut down the force field and get a jump on the Alassi.
So, left and up. Thank you for the follow. You're a Twitch viewer, not a doctor? No.
Thank you for freeing us.
Here was thinking that you were an escalator. So... no, he hasn't said any, I'm a doctor, not a so-and-so. Anyway. You had so many ups and downs yesterday. What was going on? Okay. Just work? Fair enough. I hope it turned out alright in the end. I'll save again, but our last save is number 11. Okay.
Save new game.
So, there we go. And time to fire. And hope I hit the right spot. Like, here?
Jim, you should relax a little more.
Captain, the consequences of such actions may be catastrophic.
Well, I'm...
Captain, the consequences of...
Fine.
That's a phaser, not... That's a phaser, not...
Violence will not solve...
Fine. Where did they say I should shoot? Did talk to them.
You imperialist Federation scum! We will never surrender. Sereth is a great man with a great vision. I spit upon you. You imperialist Federation.
They have the exact same voice.
You imperialist.
How strange.
You'd better hurry up, or they'll catch on, sir. You'd better.
So, tricorder? On the wall?
Nothing to report, Captain.
On the door?
A force field of unusual configurations has been erected in front of the doorway, which leads into the bridge. I don't think it would be healthy to approach too closely, Captain. Violence will not solve. Violence will not solve our.
Look,
Violence
he
will
said
not solve.
to fire left and up. It says left. Right? I know I'm very funny. Okay, can I walk closer? Not that close. Should I have the phaser set to stun?
Jim, stop trying to shoot everything. You're making me... Jim, you should relax.
Sure, you could provide a hint.
Violence will not. Violence will not.
Like, I've played this game before, it's just been so long that I don't remember anything. So, yeah. It is a pixel hunt. Okay.
Violence will not solve our. Captain, the consequence.
I'm guessing it's
Jim,
not
stop
these.
trying to
That action would be. That action would be. That action would be.
That's a phaser, not a...
Captain, the consequences.
That's a phaser, not...
Don't you remember the Prime Directive, Captain?
The prime directive is
Jim,
to
you
not
should
shoot
relax a little.
walls now?
That's a phaser, not a... Jim, stop trying to Jim, stop trying...
So I'm guessing it is that wall. I just need to click the correct pixel on that wall. Am I right in that assumption? Or do I just shoot the door? No.
Violence will not solve.
Jim, stop trying to
Captain, the consequences of...
Okay, I guess I could use these phasers.
Nothing happens.
No.
Nothing happens.
Jim, you should relax.
Violence will not solve. Don't you remember the... Violence will not solve. That action would be...
Very sorry.
Jim, stop trying to shoot it.
So, I'm not sure if I can combine any of these. Or how to combine them if I could.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
I strongly recommend that we keep our silence.
Fine. I mean, he's definitely making sense, but still don't agree with it. So... Yeah, these don't work because they've got this pot removed. So I don't think that's gonna help me.
Jim, stop trying.
That action
I
would
mean,
be
I might just end up looking at the
Captain,
walkthrough.
the consequences of
'cause
such action.
Jim,
I don't
you
get
should
what I'm doing
Relax
wrong.
a little more. Don't you remember the prime?
If I knew how to combine things, this would be a lot easier. I'm sure I can be more specific. In the meantime, I'll see if Spot can repair the transporter. Might give me extra points, I don't know.
The controls have been virtually...
Can they be repaired, Spock?
With Chief Engineer Scott's assistance, I believe...
Spock, we don't have...
I can attempt to jury-rig repairs if I...
I've always been a gambler.
Okay.
Captain, I need to find a bit that will fit into the transmogrifier before I can go further with this.
Do these work?
Nothing happens.
I mean, not sure what those are, but... something.
Some scraps of metal found in the corridors of the Masada. Some scraps of wire found in the corridors of the Masada.
And this...
A phaser welder. It is without power.
Oh. Okay.
These weapons are powerless, having been shorn of their power packs.
So maybe I can use the phaser welder? So... But it's out of power.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
So, how do I repair it?
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Because nothing happens if I try and use it. Can I take the power pack out of a phaser? Don't think so.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Yeah, I'll look it up. So, where was my walkthrough that I was using? There we go. So... Oh, I'm supposed to grab the bomb. Okay. Apparently. Add it to our collection. Because why not? Okay. So... Does that have the power? I don't know. Let's look at it.
A bomb with 3 wires. Primitive, but potentially quite deadly.
So... Use the phaser on the phaser welder. How?
1 Starfleet regulation phaser type.
How do I use items on other items? I thought I couldn't do that. I mean, if that is possible, then, like, I would have done it already, I thought, but...
Phaser welder
there.
is now charged.
Okay. Fine, it worked. So, I can combine items. We have the phaser welder. It is charged. Yeah, it doesn't feel like you're still holding the other
Nothing
item,
happens.
so...
field is absorbing the energy.
Okay. Well, that didn't do it.
Nothing happens.
Is it still charged?
A phaser welder. It has been recharged.
Okay.
I suppose I should be grateful to see it.
Well, with any luck.
Provided the Alassi...
So, can we use the phaser welder in here?
Nothing happens.
All of something? No. I mean, I could combine more items, yeah. So...
The wire scraps are too small. They melt instead of fusing together, and you're left with nothing.
Dang it. But I didn't mean to melt them. Okay. Did I need those wire scraps? Go. Hope they weren't important.
I think that does it. A comb bit for the transmogrifier. Now I can continue repairs on the transporter controls.
Okay. Fine. I'll just go back to the save. Hello, how you doing today? I'll go back to the last save. Yes, they are already tied up. Good. So, we take the bomb.
You fail to...
I said we take the bomb. There we go. Okay. And now we combine some items. Bundespräsidentenstich für Wiederholungsverschiebung.
Phaser welder is now charged.
We use the welder with the metal.
I think that does it. A comb bit for the transmogrifier. Now I can continue repairs on the transporter controls.
We use this on that.
The parts fit together satisfactorily.
Nice. And do the repairs.
I attach these here. Now, all I need is a spare length of wiring.
How about this one that we've already picked up?
Nothing happens.
The bits are not long enough. I need a longer piece of wire.
Okay. Where do I get a longer piece of wire? I mean, the bomb has wires, right?
Nothing happens.
I feel like I should save before trying that.
Save new game.
There. And let's see. So. No, okay. Combining those doesn't seem to work. Can I combine the phaser with the other phasers? Nope. Can I combine the phaser with the wires? No. Can I combine the wires with the bomb? No. Can I combine the tricorder with the bomb? No. I'll just talk to Spock again.
When this operation is complete, Captain...
Let's not look too far.
Does that count as wire?
You are in a
full?
typical starship corridor. This view screen communication terminal has been damaged beyond repair.
Okay.
You fail to obtain anything. Twisted debris has been scattered along the side of the corridor.
Can I pick up some twisted debris?
You fail to obtain anything.
Nope. Can I pick up the
You
orange
fail to
thing?
obtain anything.
Can I look at this screen?
You are in a typical starship corridor.
Okay, that one doesn't count. So if I use the welder thing...
Nothing happens.
Back over here again. If I use it in here, does that do
Nothing
anything?
happens. Nothing happens.
You'd better hurry up, or they'll catch on, sir.
Yes, use the Wi-Fi. But yeah, they prefer wired connections, probably because, you know, it's transporter. You wouldn't want connection issues.
You fail to obtain anything.
Well, I mean, the power source isn't wireless. So...
I fail to see the logic in that action, Captain. The controls have been virtually destroyed, Captain.
Can they be repaired?
With Chief Engineer's Spock, I can attempt to jury-rig repairs if I can find parts. However, there is only a...
I've always been a gambler.
I fail to see the... I fail to see...
There. Which wires do they want? There are wires hanging from the ceiling. I don't think those are good enough. Do I need to get everyone to move out of the way?
He looks at you with a puzzled expression.
Well, at least I'm not picking up residue of any biological weapons. The Alasi used some restraint, if you can call it that.
I mean, if they use biological weapons, having them still be on the ship sounds like a really bad idea. But I guess they could be wearing, like, breathing masks or something. I don't know. Okay. I think I'll look it up. So... Yeah, true. Could be something they're not affected by. Good point. So... Free the hostages. Disarm the bomb. Okay. Wait, where's the long wire coming from? There's a long wire at some point. Okay. Where did we find a long wire? wire. Yeah, I'm not sure when we picked up a wire, or when we should have picked up a wire. Is there any spare wire in here that we could possibly cut?
Nothing happens.
No.
Nothing happens.
I think I've seen it several times. Okay. Which one's the long wire? Like, not from here. I thought it was in here, but...
You fail to obtain anything.
Like, there's wires hanging out of there.
You fail to obtain...
But I can't do anything
You fail
with
to
them.
obtain any... You fail to obtain anything.
And the wires hanging from the ceiling
You
don't work
fail to
either.
obtain...
So... Tricky. Yeah, but use the long wire, so... But it really doesn't say where you get the long wire from. Might need a better walkthrough, to be honest. Alright. Different walkthrough it is. So... Okay, walkthrough. Let's see. Use them with scraps of metal. We've got that. Shoot the guards. Okay, deal with the wires, which would be these. Get the wires. Fine, I'm just supposed to try and pick them up? Okay. I thought I needed to disconnect them. I just needed to click pick up. Specifics. Yeah. So, it was pretty obvious, but... well, not to me. My bad.
The controls are set for just inside the bridge door, Captain.
Mr. Spock, you're a genius.
I wouldn't go that far, Jim. But I do have to congratulate you, Mr. Spock. Now we can really risk shooting our atoms around the universe. Is this really necessary, Jim?
Analysis, Lieutenant Christensen.
Security analysis, sir. If we transport onto the bridge, we'll have the drop on them. Assuming Mr. Spock has the transporter working properly. If we could get past the force field on the door of the bridge, we should be able to surprise them for sure. Since we have a bomb, Captain, we could rearm it, transport it onto the bridge, and perhaps the Alasi will flee into the hallway. Then we could capture them.
And any hostages on the bridge will be killed when the bomb goes off. No, Jim. That's inhuman.
To say nothing of the possible damage to the bridge controls.
but I still like the idea. So, we've repaired it, but we still have the issue of what are we actually doing with the bridge? As in, like, shooting at it. So... I have repaired the transporter. Okay, just transport over, I guess. It'll be fine. Come on, transport. Let's do this.
I'm going to have a word for you, Spock, if we appear inside the door.
It'll be fine, I'm sure. Spock has never made a mistake in his life. So... I think I still need to stun all of them. Oh no. There we go. Got all of them.
Scotty, beam down a security team to the bridge. We have regained control.
I mean, sure, we lost our red shirt, but it's fine.
Mr. Scott, beam us out of here.
Aye, Captain.
The sequel game.
Message from Starfleet.
A sequel
Captain.
to this one?
On screen, Lieutenant.
We have read your report on the problems at Beta Myamid and evaluate your performance at 54%. You and your crew received 1 commendation points. A satisfactory performance, Captain, but there's still room for improvement.
Trying to hold a Federation starship captive, can you believe it? Since we just witnessed that very event, Doctor, I'm surprised you asked.
It was a rhetorical question, Spock.
That took quite a bit of organization to seize a starship. Think we'll see more of the Alassi pirates?
Undoubtedly, Captain. I suspect they have considerable resources to draw on.
So do I. Sulu, take us out of here.
Love's labor jeopardized.
Okay.
Priority message from Starfleet.
On screen, Lieutenant.
A raid across the Romulan neutral zone has placed Starfleet Research Station ARC-7 in jeopardy. Proceed immediately to ARC-7 and determine the status of the station. Good luck, Jim.
Okay. So...
Orders are to proceed to ARC-7, sir.
Federation agents report that the new Romulan cloaking device not only renders their ships invisible, they also won't show up on our sensors.
What do you mean you never completed the last thing? I don't know. So... I'm not sure if I've played Judgment Rights. I'm familiar with the title. I don't think I've played it. Or have I? I might not have played it. Have I played it? I honestly don't know. I'll have to look into that. If I haven't, I'll definitely need to play that. So... You have a collector's box for Judgment Rights, and you haven't played it. Why not? What's stopping you? But yeah, I'm not sure if I've played it. I'll, like, look through my stuff and see if I've played it. Because I really don't know. You've got too many games to play? Fair enough. There's a copy on GOG. Good. I'll be getting that one. I guess in that case I could just check if I've got the game on Steam. So. I'll just check it right now, because I want to know now. I don't seem to have judgment rights. Which means I haven't played it. So... Nope, I don't have judgment rights, so... Yeah. Seems I have never played that game. So... I'll need to play that. I'll also check GOG, but I'm pretty sure, like, the time when I would have played this was the time when I didn't have a GOG account. So... Yes, I know, I can support my own channel. Thank you for letting me know I can support my channel. So... Searching for it on GOG. Don't seem to find it. I always have issues searching the store on GOG. Because it keeps on wanting to search my games, not the actual available games. There we go. Star Trek Judgment Rights. Nope, I also don't have it on GOG, so never played it. Yeah. We were going to save.
Save new game.
And yeah, I'm fine with the 54% mark on the previous one. It's not great, but it's fine. We're not gonna get full marks, I know. But, well, that was kind of inevitable anyways, because I'm trying to just play the game and not just follow a walkthrough, so. Yeah. Right. Oh. Thank you for dealing with that spam bot. Or is that a spam bot? Yeah, it is a spam bot. I'm having issues reading it because it's, like, crossed out. So, there are people who, like, pretend to be a spam bot for the fun of it, but, well, either way. Yeah, good work. Thumbs up. So...
Federation agents report that the new Romulan cloaking device not only renders their ships invisible, they also won't show up on our sensors.
So... Navigation. I once again forgot where we were supposed to go to. Good thing I saved.
We're off course, Captain.
Instruments indicate that
Klingon
we have
neutral
crossed
zone.
the Klingon
Of
neutral
course.
zone. Klingon ship is arming its weapon systems and
It seems
raising
like
shields.
wherever you go, as long as it's the wrong spot,
Message from the Klingon commander, sir.
Like,
on screen, Lieutenant.
it doesn't matter.
Enterprise, you are in violation of Klingon.
It doesn't matter if it's an otherwise peaceful planet that you're going to be on anyway. But yeah, as I was saying. same. Doesn't matter. Because copy protection. And copy protection logic is weird. So, what was the place called? Added it to game suggestions? Awesome, thank you.
Orders are to proceed to Arc 7,
Arc
sir.
7. Number 3, which is that one, I think. Yeah.
We have arrived at Arc 7.
Yeah, fatally
Romulan
that
ship
one.
decloaking, Captain.
Message from the Romulan ship, sir.
Treachery. We are aware of Federation plans. Prepare to die.
They're arming weapons, Captain.
Okay. So. Buttons.
Save new game.
So, saving again at the start of combat. Weapons.
Arming weapons.
Raise shields.
Raising shields.
And back to actual battle. And like this silly fight where I don't know where they are. At least I got a good hit. Should probably try and keep track of which way they were going. Oh, I got several hits. They're not that good at attacking us. They're just flying around cloaking. Like, I think they shot once. Speaking of which, we should repair the shields. And they shot. Fine, they heard me making fun of them. Of course they did.
I shot him.
The Enterprise has been destroyed. Your previously saved game.
They definitely heard me making fun of them. Okay.
Unable to comply, Captain. We're under attack.
Yep. Meant raise shields.
Raising shields.
Weapons.
Arming weapons.
And... Dang it. We've been hit. Okay.
I shot it. I shot it.
Nope. Don't know where they went. Okay. Yeah, combat in this game is definitely frustrating. Going to have to agree with you on that.
I shot it.
Okay. But I think I got better at it. I did the first one 3 times, and the third time it took me way less time than first tries. So. There is that. not very intuitive at all. So,
Aye, sir.
shields and that part.
Aye, sir.
And back here. They're cloaked again, so I don't know where they went. Keep on repairing
Aye,
the
sir.
shields. Work faster. Okay, there it is. Ow. So,
Aye, sir.
repair that. Repair the shields.
Aye, sir.
And repair the middle part.
Aye, sir.
So, I mean, I feel like I'm terrible at flying this thing, but I'm trying.
Aye, sir.
So, it's fine.
Aye, sir. Aye, sir.
There it is. Nope. Ship blew up.
The Enterprise has been destroyed. Load a previously saved...
So, we've destroyed the Enterprise twice.
Raising shields.
Arming weapons.
And repair
Aye,
the
sir.
shields. Nope. Already got hit again. Needs to get better at steering.
Aye, sir.
Repair that. Repair
Aye,
that
sir.
part. And repair that part.
Aye, sir.
Okay. Nope. Lost track of them.
Aye, sir.
Shields. Middle part.
Aye, sir.
Not sure if you can only repair one thing at a time. Maybe one day I'll figure it out. Yep, there they are. I missed. Oh, actually hit them quite a couple of times this time. You can see the shadow of the ship. Oh, good for you,
Aye,
I
sir.
couldn't. But I guess you know what to look for
Aye,
since
sir.
you've played it somewhat recently. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely not the best controls out there. Oh, that was very close.
Aye, sir.
Okay.
Aye, sir.
Oh boy. That's not good. Nope, 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 nope. Come on. We're supposed to win. So,
Aye, sir.
repair.
Aye, sir.
Repair and repair. There.
Aye, sir.
Not sure still, if he can manage to work on all of them. Well, he managed to repair one of them. So, how about you work on the shields next?
sir.
Don't know if it works like that. We'll see. I'm sure that middle part isn't anything important. So... continue repairing your shields.
sir.
Do it. Don't know where they went. Okay. Uncloaked again. Come on. Repairs. Engine first. Okay, and shield.
sir.
And there's the ship again. I think they flew past us. Oh, there! I saw it once. When it was flying past the planet, I saw it. So...
sir.
yeah, it's probably just difficult to see for me. I have two bright lights pointing at my face, so... seeing stuff in the dark is difficult. Darker areas of the screen tend to just turn into a void, so...
sir.
Nope, nope. Don't know where it went. Okay. Well, it's kind of difficult to see it when it's turning around us like that. I'll actually turn up my monitor brightness and see if that helps at all. Because, I mean, in some games it does help, so. It does mean that, well, my eyes are going to be blasted with all the colors of this game. But I'm fine with that. So... yeah, lost track of it. Yeah, I'd say it's especially not a cheat if you've got 2 giant lights pointing at your face. My 2 key lights, like the big key lights, are at around 40%, which, for those of you who have key lights, you know how bright that is. So...
Aye, sir.
Shields. Do a better job repairing the shields. Okay. Got the senses again. We need those senses. Scotty, fix it.
Aye, sir.
No, stop shooting us. We can't see properly, it's not fair. Okay. Sensors should be working again.
Aye, sir.
Whatever.
They activated a self-destruct device rather than be captured, Captain.
Resuming course to Arc 7, Captain.
Yes. I think most of us know that.
Captain, there is an auto beacon broadcasting from the station.
Warning. Warning. As per UFP Regulation 342-18856.4.3, Paragraph 3, this base is currently under a Class 3 biohazard alert. All personnel are ordered to stay away from this base unless they are part of a biohazard response team.
Well, I guess we're part of a biohazard response team.
Aye, sir.
So...
Save new game.
But yeah, since I follow plenty of fellow Star Trek nerds on Twitter, among other platforms, I have definitely heard about, yeah, the fact that the actress who played Uhura has passed. So... I think it also made most major news outlets. So...
Shields repaired, Captain.
Neat. Spock, what do you think?
Captain, sensors indicate a breathable atmosphere in the space station. It seems that whatever Arc-7's intentions, it managed to create a biohazard that is deadly to Romulans. 17 humans and 10 Romulans are on the station. The humans are all in perfect health, so it seems we can beam over without any fear of contamination.
Good to hear. Anyone we can
Message
contact?
from Arc-7, sir.
I am Centurion Ardea Preax of the Romulan Empire. We have discovered your genocide factory here and have summoned help to destroy it. Our lives will not be sacrificed in vain.
I'm not sure if they consider that, but I mean, from what I know back in the day, just like having her play a lead character on the show was already big enough of a deal for people to be against it. So, yeah. Let's see. Do we just transport over?
Captain, the shields are up.
Oh. Right.
Lowering shields, Captain.
And...
Disarming weapons.
Yes. And we transferred over.
Spock, come with me. Mr. Scott, you have the con.
But as you might be able to tell, well, I'm not an expert on the 60s. So...
Save new game. Too many games saved.
Okay.
Replace or delete a previous game. Save new game. Cancel. Delete previous game. Replace previous game.
Okay. We'll replace the first one. Okay. Did we not get to rename it?
Save new game. Cancel. Delete. Replace previous game.
Don't know. It's weird.
Save new game. Cancel. Delete previous game. Replace previous.
So... Okay, it's fine. So... Let's see. Time to use the tricorder on stuff.
The main computer banks of the ARC-7. It looks like someone has recently been rummaging through the main databanks. Nothing unusual is detected. Nothing to report, Captain. Nothing to report, Captain. Nothing to report, Captain.
Okay. I guess we just talk to everyone.
Nothing unusual here, Captain, though the station's computer may be able to tell us something.
Nice view of the Romulan ship. How comforting.
This is a very dangerous situation, sir. We should proceed with caution.
Well, if anything happens, odds are you'll die first, so the rest of us are safe. Okay, Spock. You try and use the computer.
Dr. Marcus Lawler. Supplemental. Continued testing of the Ouroboros virus confirms its potential harmful effects on Romulan Vulcan humanoids. As soon as the spill has been cleaned up, we will sterilize both labs and purge the circulation system to make sure no traces of the virus will remain viable. Then all research files must be erased. We must leave no chance that this terrible accident will ever be repeated.
Doctor, you may be interested in the medical data file appended to the log.
Thing is, if you delete everything about how they ended up creating this virus, wouldn't that also mean that the mistakes could be repeated? Because nobody knows what not to do? But anyways, so I mean, of course you wouldn't want the wrong people to try and repeat it on purpose, but this means the right people might repeat it by accident. Okay. I remember this area. Well, I mainly just remember seeing it. But the puzzles, honestly, it's been so long that... yeah.
Watch out, sir. It looks like the Romulans have taken control of the lower decks.
Okay. So, I'll pick up the wrench.
You failed to obtain anything.
I said I'll pick up the wrench.
You pick up a large wrench.
So... use the wrench on this? Yes.
The vent is now open. It leads to the lower deck.
Okay. So... Spock, what do you think about this?
Captain, the fusion reactor doesn't seem to have been tampered with. I suggest we leave the controls as they are.
Okay. What's this?
The panel opens. You see a gas tank labeled N2 with its feed lines running deeper into the wall.
Can I pick it up?
The tank is large and heavy with its feed lines firmly attached.
Can I pick it up?
The tank detaches easily.
I guess this made it easier to replace the tank every so often, eh, Captain?
And pick it up.
The tank is too heavy to move by muscle alone.
Okay, so we need something else to move it.
The freezer unit is too large to take.
There. Anything in here that we can take?
You take the Ouroboros virus culture.
Okay. So, I remember something about needing to change the tanks around, but I can't remember how or why.
This is a synthesizer used to combine and replicate chemicals and form new compounds. This particular model has twin gas feeds.
So... I need to find out more about this virus.
A Crygelion-2 basic compound distillator. Excellent piece of equipment for reducing complex materials to their basic compounds.
Okay. So we might have to get something back to its basic compounds. Okay. Can we go over there? Is that door an option? No? Why is everyone looking around like that? I don't like it. Are we stuck? It seems we're kind of stuck. I think the game might be having some issues here. Because it's not responding to anything I do. It's always nice to find glitches in games from, like, 30 years ago. So. Alright, restarting. Because I'm pretty sure stuff is supposed to happen, and nothing was happening. Also, I think when, Bones coughed, like, I don't know, I think it was, like, 1-2 minutes ago. I think that's the virus doing that. Like, I vaguely remember that. We'll see.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its mission? To explore strange new worlds, to discover new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
I mean, we have already heard this.
Demon World.
I just want to load.
Though the Enterprise is...
I just want to...
Captain Patterson reports the Republic.
Just load the game. Okay. So... Spock. You figure this out.
Dr. Marcus Long. Supplemental. Continued testing of the Ouroboros virus confirms its potential harmful effects on Romulan Vulcan humanoids. As soon as the spill has been cleaned up, we will sterilize both labs and purge the circulation system to make sure no traces of the virus will remain viable. Then all research files must be erased. We must leave no chance that this terrible accident will ever be repeated.
Doctor, you may be interested in the medical data file appended to the log.
Oh, I need to get him to look at it. Okay.
Now that's interesting. There's more here. All of Dr. Marcus' research data on the Ouroboros virus. Let me see. Virus growth patterns. Pneumococcal mimic affecting Romulan Vulcan genotype. Alveoli involvement in... Boy, Jim, this bug works fast.
Is this really the time to catch up on your reading, Doctor?
Now listen here, you pointy-eared...
Gentlemen, I think we have more pressing problems.
Jim, there is an appended medical database online. Also, it would be useful for me to experiment on how the virus grows in the presence of different gases. I'm sure the station has the necessary equipment.
Okay. So... he said there's more data, but... not sure he's actually checked it yet. Do I just ask him to read it again?
Please select subject file. Ouroboros virus.
Sure.
Ouroboros virus. Atypical growth patterns for L-type virus. Opportunistic pneumococcal mimic affecting Romulo-Vulcan genotype. Etiology: contact or airborne vector with alveoli microcollapse. Involvement immediately upon exposure. Tissue dehydration follows pneumal flooding. Mortality: 0.6 in 1.0 stardates. 1.0 within 2.0 stardates treatment, none. Named for the mythic world snake that swallows its own tail. Please select subject file. Ouroboros virus. TLTDH gas. TLTDH gas. The chemical compound. Tantalum, bilithium, phthalo, dihydroxide. Colorless, odorless, non-flammable, gaseous at 1 atm, and temperatures within the human norm. Early anesthetic among Vulcans and Romulans, in whom it produces laughter, feelings of exhilaration, euphoria, sometimes leading to unconsciousness. In post-industrial pre-spaceflight era, a social problem evolved when crude TLTDH became popular to cook up from non-conductive tantolithial compounds commonly used as electrical insulation. Please select subject file. Ouroboros virus.
Electrical insulation is what
TLT nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide. A colorless non-flammable compound. N2O. Gaseous at 1 atm and temperatures within the human norm. Early anesthetic among humans, in whom it produces laughter. Feelings of exhilaration, euphoria, sometimes leading to unconsciousness. Please select subject file. Ouroboros virus. TL nitrous ammonia. Ammonia. A colorless pungent compound, NH3. A common byproduct of metabolism in carbon-based life forms. Liquid or gaseous at 1 atm. Compounds widely used in agricultural, medical, and industrial applications.
Oh, thank you for
Please select subject file. Ouroboros TL nitrous ammonium dihydrogen oxide.
That's just water.
Dihydrogen oxide. A colorless, tasteless, non-flammable compound, H2O. Water. Liquid, solid, or gaseous at 1 atm. Temperature scales defined in most humanoid cultures by state shift of pure water. Please select
and yes,
subject
this
file.
Is a Star Trek game.
Virus. TL nitrous ammonia dihydrogen
actors of the original series. Like the actual people.
Nice view of the Romulan ship. How comforting.
Nothing unusual here, Captain, though the station's computer may be able to tell us something.
So, yeah. guess I'll make sure to save again.
Save new game.
Since I think we're on a timer.
Cancel delete previous game. Replace previous game.
Thank you for the follow. So we open this and get our sample of the virus.
You take the Ouroboros virus culture.
And yes, I'd say it's a good game. But I also just generally like Star Trek, so I might
The
be
chamber
biased.
is empty. The nozzle is empty. This nozzle is where anti-agents are placed.
Okay, and this is where
This chamber
the
is where
virus is
virus samples are placed.
Okay. So we'll need some insulation. Spock, how about you use this machine?
I fail to see the logic in that action, Captain.
That one then?
Nothing happens.
I don't know if it's a Sierra game, to be honest. I don't think it is. It's not a typical Sierra game if it is. So, interplay? Yeah, that could be. I've played a lot of Sierra games and this doesn't feel like one.
You pick up a large wrench. You need something to pry this open. The panel opens. You see a gas tank labeled N2 with its feed lines running deeper into the wall.
There is nothing at the moment for me to do there.
Let's see.
The tank detaches easily.
We would be dying
I guess this
way
made it
easier.
easier to replace the tank every so often, eh, Captain?
And we'll pry this open.
The vent is now open. It leads to the lower deck.
Can we get cables out of here somewhere?
This is an engineering access panel allowing repairs to be made to the interior wiring in the equipment.
Wow. Interior wiring, you say?
This looks like a primitive 20...
I like wires.
The panel is open. You see vast quantities of dust and stripped insulation from wiring repairs made to the console in the past.
Well, let me just get those then.
You grab a handful of insulation.
Hey. Time to sniff some insulation. So...
You've distilled a quantity of polyberyl carbonate.
Okay. So... I'll check what the gas was called. Bilithium dihydroxide. Okay. I mean, I've got the insulation. I broke that down. Not quite sure what I'll need to combine it with, though. So... Yes.
Gas feed is on.
Okay, that one's on.
Gas feed is off.
Okay. So... how about now? Anything we can do with it?
Nothing happens.
Spock, you try it. Fine, it's Spock coughing.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Really? There we go.
Gas feed is on. The machine synthesizes a liter of pure water.
A clean drink of water, but I don't see its application in the context of our difficulties, Captain.
Okay. We'll take that there. I said we'll take that.
You take a 1 liter container of pure water.
And let's open this compartment. What is that?
You take the anti-grav unit. You fail to...
So I should be able to use that to get the other tank. And then... create the other 2 compounds. And then we'll just figure it out.
You attach the anti-grav unit to the gas tank. It can be moved freely.
It sure beats hauling it around on our backs, sir.
So...
I would not recommend removing.
Right. Close the
Nothing
valve.
happens.
There.
Gas feed is off.
And... anti-grav. That one.
You attach the anti-grav unit to the gas tank. It can be moved freely.
And we'll put the nitrogen there.
Nothing happens.
The nitrogen there.
You install the gas tank to the synthesizer's feed lines.
And we'll turn it on.
Gas feed is on.
For both of them, I think. Hopefully. And Spock, you do this part.
The machine synthesizes a liter of nitrous oxide.
Be careful with that canister, Captain. I think you would not care to fall under the effects of laughing gas in these straits.
Do you mean to say it's undignified, Spock?
It is, at the least, inappropriate for a starship crew on duty, Doctor.
Fair enough.
You take a 1 liter container of nitrous oxide.
And we'll turn the gas feeds off again.
Gas feed is off.
We'll take the oxygen tank.
You attach the anti-grav unit to the gas tank.
We'll put the hydrogen tank back.
Nothing happens.
Hydrogen.
Nothing happens.
Hydrogen.
Nothing happens.
Just put it there already.
Nothing happens. You
There we
install
go.
the gas tank to the synth.
And we turn the gas feeds back on.
Nothing happens.
The gas feeds back on.
Gas feed is on.
There. This game requires very precise clicking.
The machine synthesizes a liter of ammonia.
I hope you don't want me to swab the deck with that, Captain.
I think we can set this aside and not worry about it.
Okay.
You take a 1 liter container of ammonia.
Well, I mean, if you connect a gas canister, but like you don't open any valves or anything, then nothing should happen. So, but I haven't really like worked with gas that much. It's kind of difficult to work with since, well, it's gas. So people tend to avoid it in like a small lab scale. What's that stuff and what can I do with it?
This petri dish was found in the freezer.
Oh, right.
It contains a sample of the deadly Ouroboros toxin.
Right. So we have the tanks.
This container contains polyberyl carbonate produced from insulation.
Not exactly sure how we're going to use that. Can I open that door? No? Spock?
I fail to see the logic in that action, Captain.
Tricorder?
Nothing to report, Captain.
It's what I was afraid of, Jim. I think Spock is getting worse.
Yes, yes, I know. So. Anything else we can get out of here?
You take the Ouroboros virus culture.
I thought I already had it. Okay. So put that in there. And I put... Okay, use that.
That nozzle is for anti-agents only, Jim.
Okay. This one? And let's try it somehow. Spock, can you help with this?
Captain, I believe Dr. McCoy has the necessary skills to run that equipment.
Fine. You do it.
Eureka, this is it, Jim.
Okay.
There's not much, but all I need to do is synthesize some more, and we're in business.
So, which one was that?
There is a single viral culture dish in here, and it contains a sample of the Ouroboros cure.
We got the right one immediately. So... I don't think that was the ammonia, though. Right?
This gold container holds 1 liter of nitrous oxide,
Oh, it was
also
the
known
ammonia.
as laughing gas.
Okay. Fine. So, how are we going to get more of that?
You retrieve the Ouroboros cure sample. Done.
got the bottle back, so I'm guessing there's still stuff in there. So I can use the cure with him.
Nothing happens.
With this thing?
Careful, Jim. That's a distillator, not a can opener.
Okay.
Nothing happens.
So
I certainly see nothing there calling for a ship's doctor.
Or maybe the big compartment thing. The yellow one. Yeah. That could be it. Or maybe I use it with this. We'll see.
Fascinating, Captain. But it doesn't appear to get us any closer to our goal.
Nothing happens.
Okay. So, how do I get more of that stuff? Guess we might as well try. So, might as well try with the ones we've got connected right now. Spock, do your thing. Okay, something happened to it.
This is the door to the synthesis chamber.
In principle, Captain, this device is quite simple. When this chamber is empty and gas tanks are attached, it will combine the gases to make new compounds. If chemicals are placed in the chamber, the machine will combine them with the gases to create new materials.
Next, he'll tell us the DNA molecule is simple.
Compared to many molecular models, it is, Doctor.
Yeah,
I rest my case.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. There are more complex looking ones. So, he has a point there. So, but, like, I'm definitely not an expert on the matter, though.
You take the hypo with Ouroboros toxin cure.
And I stab Spock with it.
There, you're now cured.
Thank you, Doctor.
Finally, a human response.
He raises an eyebrow. Agreed, Spock. Agreed. Okay. So we still have the cure, so in case we need more of it, that should hopefully work.
Fascinating, Captain.
So we'll combine this with the gases. Just not sure which one to use, so we'll see.
The machine synthesizes a quantity of inert matter.
Great. This does not appear to provide us with anything useful, right? I guess we need to get more wire. What I did was so useless that they didn't even record a voice line for that.
You grab a handful of insulation. You have distilled a quantity of polyberyl carbonate.
And I already have it in my inventory, I think. Yes, I do. Good. Well, I don't know what the matter is, so I'll have to ask someone else what's the matter. It was a horrible joke. I'm sorry.
Gas feed is off. You attach the anti-grav unit to the gas tank. It can be moved freely.
Alright. Wait. Which one did we have attached? I think we were making ammonia. So... yeah. We want to attach the oxygen.
You install the gas tank to the synthesizer's feed lines.
And turn it back.
Gas feed is on.
And... oh, actually...
There's nothing at the moment for me to do there.
The machine synthesizes a quantity of inert matter.
Okay, so it's not that one.
There's nothing at the moment for me to do.
Was I supposed to combine it with water? Seems weird. Well, that's just the angle of the molecules to each other. So, yeah. Like, if you look up the shape of an ammonia molecule, that might help you. So... Spock. Anything else I can find out? Or actually, I think it might have been Bones who was able to look at the database.
Please select subject file. Ouroboros virus. TLTDH gas. TLTDH gas. The chemical compound. Tantalum, bilithium, phthalo, dihydroxide. Colorless. Odorless. Non-flammable. Gaseous at 1 atm. And temperatures within a human norm. Early anesthetic among Vulcans and Romulans, in whom it produces laughter. Feelings of exhilaration. Euphoria. Sometimes leading to unconsciousness. In post-industrial pre-spaceflight era, a social problem evolved when crude TLTDH became popular to cook up from non-conductive tantolithial compounds commonly used as electrical insulation. Please select subject file, Ouroboros virus. Exit dihydrogen on exit.
I certainly see nothing there calling for
So, I'll save again.
Save new game. Can't delete, replace previous.
There. So, what do I need to combine it with? Maybe just one of the gases. Could be. Am I just flailing around aimlessly? Yes.
You grab a handful of insulation.
So... we're trying to make the laughing gas for Romulans and Vulcans. So, yeah, that's the idea. And then we'll try and, like, overpower the Romulans using that. So.
You've distilled a quantity of polyberyl carbonate.
what am I going to use with that? I think just... yeah. I'll try and use water with it? I don't know.
Gas feed is off.
Haven't tried that yet, so might as well.
You attach the anti-grav unit to the gas tank. It can be moved freely.
So, water. Well, hydrogen.
You install the gas tank to the synthesizer's
to
feed
create
lines.
water.
Nothing happens. Gas feed is on.
So if that doesn't do it, then I don't know. Spock, get over here.
The machine synthesizes 1 liter of TLTDH gas.
We did it.
An unusual compound, Captain. It can induce laughter and feelings of exhilaration in some, much the way nitrous oxide affects humans.
It doesn't affect Vulcans, of course.
Actually, Doctor, both Romulans and Vulcans suffer its effects.
Why, that's just dandy. Vulcan laughing gas.
Please, Doctor, this is not a laughing matter.
Well, kinda, yeah. So, gonna pick it back up again.
You take a 1 liter container of TLTDH gas.
And we'll see if we can pump it into the vents. So, this one. Can I attach it?
I don't suppose you'd enjoy the psychological release of a few good belly laughs, Spock. We could open the canister right here if you like.
I would strongly recommend against it, Doctor.
A loud hissing fills the room.
Really? I just used it on Spock. Fine, I'll make it again. Should have saved. It's fine. Just make it again. I just wanted to see what would happen, but...
You grab a handful of insulation.
I am a Vulcan. I must resist these unchecked emotions.
Oh, fine. It did actually work. Possibly. Let's just wait in here for a while. So...
Fascinating. I am experiencing an urge to laugh.
Wow. Do you now? How about we scan him?
He's been cured of the Ouroboros virus.
Yes, but not cured of laughing gas. But we're talking about red, like, clothing, not red skin.
I am a Vulcan. I must resist these unchecked emotions.
Fine. So, seems he's just resisting. Alright then. Typical Spock.
You have distilled a quantity of polyberyl carbonate.
Okay.
I remember my mother trying to tell me jokes when I was a child. Now, I finally understand them.
Wow. Thank you for the rain.
The machine synthesizes 1 liter of TLTDH gas.
An unusual compound, Captain. It can induce laughter and feelings of exhilaration in some, much the way nitrous oxide affects humans.
It doesn't affect Vulcans, of course.
Actually, Doctor, both Romulans and Vulcans suffer its effects.
Why, that's just dandy. Vulcan laughing gas.
Please, Doctor, this is not a laughing matter.
Anyways. How are you doing today? How is your stream? Welcome to this
How many
game.
admirals does it take to wire in a logic transmogrifier?
Also, Spock is
You take a 1 liter container
under the
of
effects of
TLTDH
Vulcan
gas.
laughing gas. So, if he starts laughing, that's... So... Yeah, okay. Yeah, the games did seem pretty intense.
I don't suppose you'd enjoy the psychological release of a few good belly laughs, Spock. We could open the canister right here if you like.
I would strongly recommend against it, Doctor.
So... just throw it down there. Hope for the best.
With a hiss, the Romulan laughing gas billows down the vent. You hear the muffled sounds through the vent of hearty Romulan laughter, followed by the dull thud of bodies hitting the deck.
How many admirals does it take to wire in a logic transmogrifier?
I don't know, Spock, you tell me.
We should now be able to proceed safely to the lower level.
So... let's proceed. No? Come on. The ladder right there. Just use it. Use the ladder.
How many admirals does it take to wire in a logic transmogrifier?
Should probably save again. But yeah, I know there are definitely very stressful games out there.
Save new game.
So.
Cancel. Replace. Save new game. Replace previous.
I mean, I'd even say that some point and clicks are like, it's basically like your.
Why do they call you Bones, Doctor?
Spock, that's a weird question to ask. Anyways, some games kind of feel like you're, like, trying to complete an exam. So.
Logic. What happened to my logic?
So. Yeah, I didn't get to watch much of that stream because, you know, sleep. It's a thing. So.
Hey, would you please untie us?
Maybe? There we go.
Thank God it's you, Jim. I'm so glad you came.
Of course she knows him.
It's about time someone got here.
I remember my mother trying to tell me jokes
Yes,
when I was...
Spock. Stop interrupting.
Thank you for saving our station, Jim.
Okay. Are we done?
Fascinating equipment. I believe I have seen this sort of equipment someplace before.
We're testing the effect of radiation on combinations of simple and complex molecules. We're trying to see what new forms of life were developed and how they compare to our own early development.
Fascinating.
Alright. So... which is called Bridge.
Kirk to Enterprise. Kirk to Enterprise.
Nothing to report, Captain.
Kirk out.
Okay. Talk to Spock again? No?
Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a diplomat.
There.
These people will be fine. I've got to try to save the Romulans.
Okay. So, what's wrong with the Romulans?
The hostages are scared but fine. The laughing gas did the trick, Jim, but the Romulan is still very, very sick. He's only got hours left.
So, we cure him. Right?
The Romulan Preax stirs weakly, then begins to get up. He has been cured.
He's severely dehydrated, but he'll live.
I have water.
Romulan laughing gas. My father would never approve.
Here, have some water.
The Romulan Preax drinks thirstily and empties the container.
Take it easy now. You'll feel better in a few minutes. Good thing we had the water available, Jim.
We aren't barbarians, in spite of what some might think.
So now we talk to him.
I have called off the Romulan attack on this station, Kirk. I believed your virus was some kind of deliberate attack, but your great honor and compassion have convinced me otherwise.
You also conducted yourself in the most honorable fashion, Centurion Preax. You may return to Romulan space without Federation interference.
Sure.
I assure you, the Federation would never undertake such a foul program. It was all an accident, right, Dr. Marcus? Save it for someone who's buying Preax. Leave Federation space, and you also conducted yourself in the most honorable fashion, Centurion.
You are an honorable adversary, Kirk. Jolon true.
You are also a worthy opponent, Preax. May you live long and prosper.
Spock raises an eyebrow.
You'll never cease to amaze me, Jim.
Goodbye, Carol.
Goodbye, Jim.
Well, gentlemen, let's go home.
Alright, that was mission number 3, I think. I think there's
Message
like
from
4 or
Starfleet.
5 missions.
On screen, Lieutenant.
We have read your report on the problems at Arc 7 and evaluate your performance at 93%. You and your crew received 3 commendation points.
So,
The top brass at Starfleet are impressed. Outstanding work, Jim.
alright.
I wonder if I'll see Carol again.
Well, if you don't, you can always drown your sorrow in some Romulan ale.
That's illegal, Bones.
Tell that to the Romulans, Jim.
6 missions.
I found a whole
7
case
missions.
they brought on board.
Okay, there's
the
7
Arc
missions.
They'll never replace Scotch, Captain.
That it won't, Mr. Scott.
On we go.
Another fine mess.
Priority message from Starfleet.
On screen, Lieutenant.
We have reports of an undetermined number of Elasi pirate ships in your sector. You are ordered to proceed to the Harlequin star system immediately and investigate. Starfleet out.
Okay. So. Saving.
Save new game. Captain replace previous game.
There. And. Let's see. So, what do you think?
May I suggest we arm our weapons and raise shields now in case of trouble, Captain?
Sure.
Arming weapons.
Raising shields.
Okay. And we were supposed to go to... Where was it?
We are ordered to the Harlequin star system, sir.
So, Harlequin star system is... number 4 on the super fancy copy protection charts, which is that one.
We have arrived at Harlequin. 2 Elasi ships approaching fast, Captain. I'm also picking up an ion trail from a small ship, probably a scout. It left the sector just as we arrived. It appears likely that we interrupted the pirate attack on the Scout.
Message from the Alassi captain, sir.
We'll show you what happens to those who come between us and our prey. Prepare to die!
Okay. Prepare to save.
Save new game. Captain, replace save new game. Replace previous.
Save there, and back to the view screen. There's 2 ships this time, of course, because one was too easy. There, hit it once. Okay. You think this game doesn't have enough beeps and boops? I mean, you have a point there.
Aye, sir.
Yeah. Preparing the shield is kind of important. So, continue doing that. Where did that ship go? Yeah, back over here. There you go. Eventually. Okay. Oh, that hurt. So, yeah, I know. I'm terrifying.
Aye, sir. Aye, sir. Bridge repaired, Captain.
Okay. Shields.
Aye, sir.
There go the shields. Oh no. Not doing well. Okay, that's the planet. Just firing at the planet as you do. Progress has been made. So, how about you repair the shields a bit more? Is they're not doing well? Wait, where's the other ship? Did it disappear? Yeah. Maybe it'll pop back up again.
Aye, sir.
Sensors are not doing well. But I think they're somewhat easy to repair at least.
Sensors repaired, Captain.
Yes. Work on the
Aye, sir.
shields. Hello. The game is treating me alright so far. We did lose a red shirt on one of our missions, but I mean, is it really the original series if you're not losing a couple of red shirts? So.
The ion trail of the scout ship leads to the Harappan system, Captain.
Picking up the subspace signal, sir. It's very weak.
Patch it through, Lieutenant.
Enterprise? Is that you, Kirk? Friend Kirk,
I can't believe they sent you to rescue me.
That sounds like... No, please, say it isn't.
I have a visual signal
No,
now,
I don't
sir.
remember much.
You can help me, Kirk. You've got to help me. I have had a terrible misunderstanding with the Alasi traders. They're out to kill me, Kirk.
Fancy that.
No, see here, Kirk. I sold my Mud's miracle digrammers in perfectly good faith. A little sideline work, you understand. Now they won't leave me alone. No. They're tracking me again. I can't send coordinates. You have to come protect me. I'm a registered ship with the Federation. Mud out.
I'm afraid his ship is registered, Captain, and regulations require we respond to his distress signal.
I guess we're done with this fight since they seem to have disappeared. So.
Aye, sir.
But yeah, I remember some stuff from the previous playthrough of this game. This is my second playthrough for any of you who don't know yet. But last time I played this game was several years ago, and it was on stream, so I don't remember much. Because, yeah, that's kind of the thing.
Aye, sir.
Like, out of the streamers I've talked to, I'm not the only one who has issues remembering what they did in a game while they were streaming. So, apparently it's not just me, but yeah, it's difficult to, like, remember, like, even just a couple months later. And it's been years, so. I remember some parts, like, the previous mission, I remembered a bit about, like, how that worked, but not everything. Yeah, overall, maybe remembering, like, 10 to 20% of what I did, or, like, of what's going on in the missions. So, there's that.
Computer analysis suggests 91.331% chance that the speaker was Harcourt Fenton Mudd, Harry to his friends.
Right.
Starfleet confirms that we are to answer the distress signal and proceed to the Harapan system, Captain.
Okay, Harapan system. Which is... 5. So... Thank you for the follow. That should be this planet. Or, well, not planet. Star. Okay. So.
The Harapan system is binary, with a neutron pulsar in the vicinity causing difficulties with our sensor readings. I was able to trace Mudd's transmission to this derelict.
So, our friend Harry is on board, no doubt. Can you tell me anything about the derelict vessel?
There are 6 major subdivisions within the hull. All systems are down. There is, however, limited atmospheric integrity. The environment appears to be the result of a temporary save-a-ship life support generator. Not exactly a reliable model, Captain.
We're being hailed by Mr. Mudd, sir.
Captain, you came. I'm touched.
Harry, I have to be touched in the head to have anything to do with you.
I don't trust
How's
him.
your lovely wife, Stella?
That was a dirty trick, Kirk. However, you'll be glad to know I let bygones be bygones. If the Enterprise will stand by and fend off any pirates, I'll just finish my salvage operations here and be out of your hair.
Computer records document that you filed notice that there was no salvageable value here, and that the ship was a common passenger tug.
Did I say no value? Minimal, Captain, minimal. I meant nothing looked promising when I filed the report. We both know my judgment isn't always perfect.
I would say your judgment is never perfect, Harry. Perhaps we should beam over and judge the situation for ourselves.
Ah, that isn't necessary, Kirk. I can handle... I mean...
Harry, relax. We're old friends. We'll understand if things aren't picked up and looking neat. Kirk out.
Okay, so we're
Hull
going
repaired, Captain.
Save new game. Cancel. Delete. Replace.
There. Saved, and let's see what people are saying. Oh, right. Weapons off.
Disarming weapons.
Shields off.
More shields, Captain.
Spock.
I would very much like to see this alien ship, but the prospect of dealing with Harcourt Fenton mud again gives me pause.
Fair enough.
Our orders are to render whatever assistance we can, sir.
Fine. Well.
Spock, come with me. Mr. Scott, you have the con.
Welcome, Captain Kirk. So glad you're here. The Elazi have been terrible trouble to me.
Well, you're terrible trouble to me, Harry. Tell me what this is all about.
I happened upon this ship not long ago and dutifully registered as salvage, mind you. In the hold here, I discovered one of these devices in that box over there. When I tried one on a wall, it floated off the grease and dirt. Perfect for cleaning, near as I could see. I peddled a few of these Mud's Miracle Degrimers, and everything was going perfectly well.
Then something went wrong, right?
Actually, no, Doctor, not then. I'd started offering a few other little items I found. Mud's Limited Coffee Substitute, a great little specialty item. Lenses to affirm packaging build-your-own telescope kits. The collection of novelty paints, things like that. All of a sudden, the Elazi pirates are asking for me in every quadrant, wanting to know where I'm getting my goods.
I see, Harry. Well, we'll look around here while the Enterprise remains close by.
Look around all you like, Captain, but I'll be keeping an eye on you. I've registered this derelict as my salvage, and I don't want you running off with all my prizes.
Harry, as official representatives of the Federation and of Starfleet, we recognize your rights to legitimate salvage. Need I say more?
I understand perfectly, Captain. You carry on, Captain.
But yeah, the voice acting is pretty good for a game from, well, 92. But then again, they were also hiring presumably very expensive actors at that point in time. So I'd hope that they would also get proper microphones and not just pay for the actors themselves and then, like, record in someone's shoe closet or something. I don't know. So, anything I can pick up there?
Done.
Okay, got something, I think.
Done.
So... What are those?
There are shiny, multi-sided spherical objects in this box.
Multi-sided spherical objects. If it's a sphere, it doesn't really have multiple sides.
Odd-looking contraption small enough to hold in one hand.
Okay. Guess I should use the tricorder on them. Oh. Interesting.
These are computer memory transfer media, probably designed for use with the alien computer system.
Okay.
A small energy device with a flanged opening at the front, about the size of one's thumbnail.
This?
Nothing to report, Captain.
Let himself?
Nothing to report, Captain.
Do we talk to him some more?
Kirk, my friend, when have I ever given you the slightest bit of trouble?
There was the time that you tried to commandeer the Enterprise to sell Hive to miners. And then there was the time you stole the Enterprise to exchange us for androids, who were holding you prisoner.
Perhaps there have been a few minor misunderstandings.
Don't push your luck, Harry.
Yep. Seems pretty normal. Of course he didn't get in trouble for that. That'd be silly. Alright, saving again.
Save new game. Replace.
And there we go. What's this thing?
This Save-A-Ship life support generator has seen a great deal of use. It was never a reliable model, being prone to break down without warning. It is, however, properly connected with warning alarms for temperature, atmosphere, and radiation.
Okay. Let's look around.
Tall, transparent columns run through the ceiling. Energy crackles in between the dodecahedrons inside them. A salvage lock hatch, a common type used to link a derelict to the ship doing the salvaging.
It appears that Harry Mudd managed to emplace this access hatch without significantly damaging the alien ship.
Will wonders never cease?
Can we use it? And then commandeer his ship? No. Well, it's a shame. To tell like where the actual pathways are. There's this claw thingy. Feels like I'm going to use that. Okay. I remember seeing this place, but I have absolutely no clue what I did with it.
Padded inclines resembling a bed.
Yeah, I think this was like the medical...
Small containers
area?
of oddly colored liquids.
So...
Nothing to report, Captain. Nothing to report, Captain.
It would be interesting to analyze them back aboard the Enterprise, but these are probably vaccines, medicines, and research viruses.
Do they pose any threat to us, Doctor?
None seems likely to have any effect on human or Vulcan physiology. To be on the safe side, though, I wouldn't recommend taking a snootful from one of the capsules.
So, can I use this device?
It would be interesting to analyze them.
Do they pose any threat?
None seems like...
So there's this place. Let's see.
Evidently the aliens' bridge, their centralized control. A closer look may provide more information. Nothing to report, Captain.
So, Spock, you try
This
to use
is
it.
clearly the control center for the ship, Captain. I cannot deduce much information, but I do observe two things.
Go on, Mr. Spock.
This station definitely is configured differently from the one beside me.
Okay.
This shouldn't be surprising. After all, there are two stations.
Yeah.
That may be, Doctor. But if you'll recall, all the Enterprise's different stations link into the same computer network bank. And
what else can you determine at this stage, Mr. Spock?
These people have a fixation for the number 6, and even divisors and multiplicans thereof. 3s and 12s in particular. I believe this may be the necessary first clue to understanding the aliens.
Okay.
You fail to obtain anything.
Well, it looks like there's an item there. Yep. So, what is that? I think I picked up that thing. Let's look at it.
A multi-purpose repair tool.
Okay. How about I use it?
Nothing happens.
What else can I do? I'm not sure I've been in this room. So...
This platform contains the control console for the ship's computer library. Data may be accessed by using this console.
Okay, can we use the data thingies with it?
You can't seem to make this work.
I can't. Okay. Well, I tried. So, can I go over here? Nope. This door? Or at least it looks like a door. There we go. So...
An elaborate piece of alien-looking machinery.
Yeah, I see the claw thingy again.
2 yellow triangular buttons. 3 triangular blue buttons.
Can I interact with the buttons? Spock. He is walking towards them.
The device has finished loading, Captain.
Interesting. So, what device is it? And are we all going to blow up because I
A
loaded
weapons delivery system. It appears to be an accessory tied directly to the alien equivalent of our ship's phasers and photon torpedoes.
it? So we might blow up. Right? Okay. What are these?
These cylinders have fallen down from the rest.
So...
Unique, Captain. I believe these are self-referencing packed quantum cartridges.
Power boosters! Oh, I've read about those, but they're just theoretical.
Evidently, these are more than theoretical, Lieutenant Buchert. The energy initially released is infinitesimally small, but boosts itself until the power finally released is comparable to our photon torpedoes.
The technical journals discussing the possibilities indicated it would create a weapon of greater range than those we have now, if not a greater punch.
The machinery to deliver these cartridges would be an engineering feat as well, Captain.
Okay. So... I have 2 different thingies. But I'm not sure what both of them do. Oh. Fine. This one was the data transfer thing, but the other one I can't remember what they said about it. So... Okay, can't do that. No. Look at it then.
One of Mudd's miracle degrimers.
Oh, that's a degrimer, okay. I don't know anything that's currently grimy, but... That seems like bad news.
Why, Captain!
Jim, that doesn't look good at all. Harry, let me take a look at you and check whether that had some deleterious effect.
No, you're all space aliens. You're little gray men from inside the hollow earth. You want to experiment on my body parts. Stay away from me!
Deleterious effects. I guess I don't even need my tricorder to know that.
You'll mind control me, kidnap my children, dissect my dog.
If we can get him on one of the beds and get it active, I think he can be cured. Otherwise, he's likely to become increasingly violent.
Stay away from me!
How about we just stun him? Seems pretty safe, I mean...
Save new game. Can delete, replace previous game.
There. And... phasers. Set stun, not kill.
I don't think the phaser will have the usual effect, Captain.
Okay.
We'll have to think of something else.
Yaha! I feel faster, smarter, strong enough to take you all on! You're really lizard men wearing human masks. His is coming off! I know you for what you really are. I'll tell the whole world, and then where will you be?
Fine. Spock, can you deal with them?
I see no threat in the current vicinity, Captain.
Well, I do. And... is it gonna work? Of course it is.
All yours now, Dr. McCoy.
Simple as that. I mean, in the actual show he didn't, like, use it that much, but it was iconic, so...
I need to understand more about the aliens before I can make this bed and its instrumentation function. I certainly see nothing there calling for a ship's doctor.
Okay. So, scan this bubble.
Nothing to report, Captain.
Scan it with the other one, then.
There's nothing there requiring a ship's doctor.
Well, I'm trying to analyze stuff.
There's nothing there requiring a ship's doctor.
Okay.
It would be interesting to analyze them back aboard.
Do they pose?
None seems like... There's nothing there...
I disagree with that, but apparently there's nothing there requiring a ship's doctor. So, at least he's out of the way now. That's something.
A control console from which operators...
So, I could try and
Mr.
use
Spock,
it.
come take a look at this. This is evidently the main bridge. What do you make of it?
This station definitely is configured differently from the one...
Okay. But yes, several people have mentioned it already. So. Uhura is actually in this
The
game.
sphere in the middle of this console appears to be some sort of control mechanism.
So, can we use this console somehow?
This seems to activate the ship's computer bank control node. Given the aliens' predilection for multiples of 3, it may be possible to use our tricorders to decipher the information carried in these data banks.
That would be quite a find, Jim. This is an alien race unknown to us, and they are certain to have knowledge new to us.
Were the universal translator available, this would be simple.
With the Enterprise out of range, that's not an option, Mr. Spock. What else can you do?
I believe if Dr. McCoy and I conjoin our 2 tricorders, we may be able to process enough sample data to get a basic understanding of the aliens' computer system. This will completely tie up both our tricorders for an extended amount of time, however.
Okay. In case you haven't heard it yet, the actress who played Uhura in the original series, yeah, she passed away very recently. I think less than a week ago. So, there. Now we're all up to speed. I believe she was in her, what, late 80s? So, yeah. So, should I save again? I should probably save again.
Replace.
89. Yeah, there you go. So, there we go. It's saved. And should we do it? Spock?
This seems to activate the ship's computer bank control node. Given the aliens' predilection for multiples of 3, it may be possible to use our tricorders to decipher the information carried in these data banks.
That would be quite a find, Jim. This is an alien race unknown to us.
Were the universal translator available, this would be simple.
With the Enterprise out of range, that's not an option, Mr. Spock. What else can you do?
I believe if Dr. McCoy and I conjoin our 2 tricorders, we may be able to process enough sample data to get a basic understanding of the aliens' computer system.
So, let's do that. Tricorder.
Nothing to report, Captain. Nothing to report, Captain.
So, do I need to join them in the inventory? No.
There's nothing there requiring a ship's doctor.
So how
There's
do I do
nothing
this?
there requiring a ship's doctor. Not my area of expertise, I'm afraid.
Yeah, well, you're supposed to help.
This seems to activate the ship's computer bank control node. Given the aliens' predilection,
that would be
were the
with the Enterprise.
I believe if Dr. McCoy and I conjoin our 2 tricorders, we may be able to process enough sample data to get a basic understanding of the aliens' computer system.
So... I think it's the...
Both our
there we
tricorders
go.
are now working on basic processing of the aliens' computer data system. The tricorders are not the equal of the universal translator, but we should be able to retrieve basic information and get an insight into their culture and life systems. I don't believe we could have gotten even this far had we not deduced their fixation on base 6 mathematics and aesthetics.
Okay.
The tricorders are again available for general use. The alien ship's computer data is now accessible from the ship's library. I believe I have downloaded enough information to our tricorders to enable operation of most of the ship's controls, Captain.
Neat. And anything else we should access? No?
Not all topics will necessarily be available, Captain. Nor do I believe we can get full details on all data. The tricorders could only do so much processing. It would be worth our effort to locate the central data banks for delivery to the Korniforos Life Sciences University, I believe.
To say nothing of fulfilling our mandate to seek out new life and new civilizations.
I'm receiving data now, Captain. Most internal and external functions are controlled from the bridge. These include engineering, navigation, communications, and sensors. Weapons functions are controlled from the weapons room. I have found an entry on an experimental long-range weapon booster recently installed, named the Huayos weapon. It does not alter the power of the primary weapon systems, but it does increase the range at which those weapons are effective. I believe I can produce a picture of a member of their race, Captain.
By all means, Spock.
Okay.
Look at their physiology, Jim. I think this explains the Lashaeans' fascination with 3s and 6s.
It should be no surprise that physiology affects mind and behavior. I would say a 6-fingered, 6-eyed people would naturally develop their sciences and arts around base 6 numerical systems, just as I observed on the bridge.
Medical knowledge is comprehensive and lifespan is extended considerably over archaic expectations, with maintenance of quality of life. Interesting data here about the 6-eyed vision processing in the brain. Their eyesight must have been excellent and almost 300 degrees around.
Neat. So, I mean, now we know more about them. So, does that mean we can use their systems now? Let's see.
I certainly see nothing there calling for a ship's dock. It would be interesting to...
Do they pose...
None... The volatile chemicals have evaporated over the time the derelict hung in space. I need to refill the capsule dispenser for the bed to activate and effect a cure on our friend Harry here.
Okay, so how do we do that?
The volatile chemicals have evaporated over the time the derelict hung in space. I need to refill the capsule dispenser for the bed to activate and effect a cure.
So, can we pick up anything? Okay. Not sure if we got anything. Oh, I got a capsule. So, I use the capsule on him?
Nothing happens.
On the bed?
Nothing happens.
On this?
Nothing happens.
On that?
The capsules slide into the machinery on the bed exactly as they're designed to. I'm telling the program, our physiology is not the same as the aliens' physiology. Don't want it to try to cure us of being human.
That would be too much to hope for, would it not, Doctor?
Particularly when we're talking about Harry Mudd.
Okay. So, did it work?
I certainly see nothing there calling.
But yes, Spock doesn't like humans.
Okay, Harry, you should start to feel better in a few minutes. Just lie there quietly until you feel like moving.
Oh, give me something for this headache, Doc. A herd of Amari tree elephants landed behind my eyeballs and did a mating dance.
You're going to be fine. Can't talk to him. Alright. And let's scan him.
There's nothing there requiring a ship's doctor.
Fine.
Why, Captain, I see you got this machine to work. I tried to get it up and running for the longest time.
Help yourself, Harry. Knowledge is for everyone. Get away from that this instant, Harry, or I'll shoot you where you stand. Help yourself, Harry. Knowledge is for everyone.
I don't think threatening him will help, so...
Why, Kirk, I didn't think you had it in you. Thank you.
Harry Mudd hopes he can make it back to his ship and get away in one piece.
I'll see about that. Can't talk to him. Okay. Well, it'll be fine, I'm sure. There's nothing to worry about. Okay, Spock, you try and use this console.
This is the secondary station. With the limited understanding we now have of the library computer data, these controls can now be activated. Available are sensors.
Sure.
The Enterprise is in combat with a number of Ilassi pirate ships half a parsec toward the neutron star sector. I read debris identifiable with the pirates, but they continue to harass the Enterprise. Sensors. Navigation. The computer reports this ship is incapable of navigating anywhere at all without major repairs. We are definitely dead in space until the Enterprise returns, Captain. Sensors. Navigation. Engineering. The engine pods are damaged, but still generating power, Captain. Sensors. Engine done.
Okay. And the other side? Nope, he uses this side.
This is the secondary station. Sensors.
Okay.
The Enterprise is in sensors. Done.
Kirk on the other side? There we go.
Thanks to the library computer data, limited though it is, these primary controls give me access to
communications.
The Enterprise is out of range for this equipment, under the conditions of static created by the neutron star.
Communication view screen.
Neat.
I guess the universe looks about like it did the last time we saw it. Communications, view screen.
Done.
Right. At least now it looks like it's working. So. Okay. It left again. What is he doing now? Seems like he's doing okay.
Kirk, my friend! When have I ever given you the slightest bit of trouble?
Like 20 minutes ago.
There was the time.
Perhaps there have...
Don't push your luck.
And 10 minutes ago, and like 5 minutes ago. Basically the entire time we've been here. So, Spock, what are we supposed to do next?
You look troubled, Captain.
Sorry if I was bothering you. I was just silently cursing the day I met Harry Mudd.
Fair enough. Aren't we all?
We've done quite well so far, Captain.
In spite of Harry Mudd.
Speak of the devil. Where is that little angel?
Elsewhere. So, I guess we'll try and figure out the weapons system? Or we try and see if he did too much damage. Yeah. Spock.
Databanks erased.
It appears our good friend, Harry Mudd, has crashed the main computers. I doubt if it was a very easy thing to manage.
Spock, we're talking about Harry Mudd. He was probably trying to download it so he could sell it to the highest bidder.
And instead, he wiped the memory. That knowledge was priceless.
At least our life support system isn't dependent on the alien computer.
I believe, Captain, that the basic functions of the ship remain even now. This is the library module. The art, history, and cultural memory of the aliens are gone, but the mechanical necessities of sickbay, engineering, and sensors continue to work.
But their essence, their souls, are gone, Spock.
Illogical, Captain. This race has been extinct for millennia.
Okay. Because of course. Can I tell him off for that?
Kirk, my friend! When have I ever given you the slightest bit of trouble?
How about just now?
There was the time that you tried to...
Perhaps there...
Don't push your luck, Harry.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we should have, but too late now. And Starfleet probably wouldn't approve if we had shot him, so... We are getting graded on this. So, what am I supposed to do next? I do have this degreaser thing. And the repair module. Guess I'm supposed to repair something. Question is what? You have no idea what's going on? Well, at least I'm not the only one.
Happens. Nothing happens.
So we try and use the weapon system? That was not what I was trying to do. Back.
The device has been unloaded, Captain. The device has finished loading, Captain. I failed to see the
There was another area over here, I think.
Captain, you wouldn't have seen my multi-purpose duver anywhere? I need to, fix something.
No, Harry, but I figure it's probably where you'll find your lost marbles. Yes, I've got it, but you can't have it. No, Harry, but I figure
You really can be a headache, Captain. Maybe I can find a spare somewhere else. Good luck. Goodbye.
What? He's leaving? Okay, I guess he is. We should repair this thing, I think.
That was a close one. Too close. If I ever get my hands on that no-good mud, I'll...
I would not suggest we take the time to seek him. This emergency could occur again. I would suggest we hasten our departure.
Was there a problem?
Mud, I ought to...
Sorry, no time to chat. I'm a busy man, you know.
Okay. So... Spot? Anything?
This Save-A-Ship life support generator has seen a great deal of use. An unusual matter-antimatter engine. This seems to be a crane of some sort, Captain. Currently, no power is running to it.
Okay. So I think we might need to route power to it. But I don't know where the controls are.
I fail to see...
Hey. I was trying to see if there was some other place I could go to, but I think I already checked that. Yeah. Nothing here, nothing there. Let's see. What else could we do? Am I supposed to try and reroute the power? If so, I'm not sure
This
how.
is the secondary station with the sensors. Navigation. Engineer. Done.
Engineering?
Engineering. The engine pods are damaged, but still generating power, Captain. Sensors. Navigation. Engineering. Navigation. And done. Engineer. Navigation. Sensors. The Enterprise is in combat with enough sensors. Navigation. The computer reports this ship is incapable of nav sensors. Done.
And Kirk just had comms and view screen, so it's pretty useless. Yeah. Nothing to do in here. At least I don't think so. I'm probably just missing something.
This might be a data screen of some kind. The sphere in the middle of this console appears to be some sort of control mechanism.
So...
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Still don't know what to do with those things. I'll look at them.
Shiny dodecagons as long as one's hand. Highly reflective, shimmering with the prismatic rainbow look of oil on water.
Oh? Oil on water, you say? Can I degrease them? Apparently not. Anything else that should be degreased?
Dust and grease lifts off the surface, leaving this item clean as new.
Right. What would I want to clean? Do I clean these?
Dust and grease lifts off the... Dust and grease lifts off...
I don't remember anything being mentioned as...
This life support generator is an unreliable model at the best of times. Tinkering with it is a gamble with your life.
Dust and grease lifts off the... Dust and grease lifts off the surface.
I cleaned bones. He's now been de-dusted and greased. Well, de-greased. I didn't add grease to him. So...
An elaborate piece of alien-looking machinery.
Feeling like I might need a hint. Just because I've got no clue what I'm trying to do. And that feels like a problem. Otherwise I can just check the walkthrough if none of you know. So... yeah, I think we're done in this area. I do wonder what I was supposed to degrease. I don't feel like anything's greasy around here.
We've done quite well so far, Captain.
In spite of Harry Mudd.
Speak of the devil. Where is that little angel? Boldly go where no man has gone before. We are here, Jim.
True that. So... can I use this tool to repair anything in here?
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Wait. Maybe I can reattach cables. No. No.
The star field is the same one you saw from the bridge of the Enterprise, with the binary stars swinging majestically past each other.
Let's see. We're on mission number 4, I believe. So... I was supposed to use the small sphere I got on the big sphere before Mudd deleted everything, so... yeah. Should probably go back and do that. Because it just seems like a shame to lose all that information. So... 8? Is it late? Might be too late. Yeah, I think that's too late. We'll see. Wrong door. As usual. So... Yeah, I think this is after he's already deleted everything. So...
This seems to activate the ship's computer bank control node. I lack sufficient information to commence data retrieval, however. Simply put, without some understanding of the alien's mindset...
Okay. Fine. Thank you for the sub! Alright, so we didn't go back too far after all. So it should be fine, I think. Spock. Go examine this stuff.
This is clearly the control center for the ship, Captain. I cannot deduce much information, but I do observe two things.
Go on, Mr. Spock.
This station definitely is configured differently from the one beside me.
This shouldn't be surprising. After all, there are 2 stations.
That may be, Doctor. But if you'll recall, all the Enterprise's different stations link into the same computer network bank, and...
What else can you determine at this stage, Mr. Spock?
These people have a fixation for the number 6, and even divisors and multiplicans thereof. 3s and 12s in particular. I believe this may be the necessary first clue to understanding the aliens.
So... let's see. We do have the first clue to understanding the aliens. So now Spock should be able to get the information.
This seems to activate the ship's computer bank control node.
Okay.
Given the aliens' predilection for multiples of 3,
yes,
it may be possible to use our tricorders to decipher the information carried in these data banks.
That would be quite a find, Jim. This is an...
Were the universe...
With the Enterprise...
I believe if...
Bones, go help.
Not my area of...
Fine. Use your tricorder to go help.
There's nothing there requiring a ship.
Help.
There's nothing there requiring a ship's doctor.
You're supposed to be helping.
Both our tricorders are now working on basic processing of the aliens' computer data system. The tricorders are not the equal of the universal translator, but we should be able to retrieve basic information and get an insight into their culture and life systems. I don't believe we could have gotten even this far had we not deduced their fixation on base 6 mathematics and aesthetics.
Pause.
The tricorders are again available for general use. The alien ship's computer data is now accessible from the ship's library. I believe I have downloaded enough information to our tricorders to enable operation of most of the ship's controls, Captain.
Alright. Now we use this thing.
Nothing happens.
Said now we
you
use this thing.
download major portions of the alien library onto the yellow spheroid.
Nice. And now I'll have Spock use it again.
Not all topics will necessarily be available.
To say nothing of fulfilling.
I'm receiving.
Just show the picture
I believe I can produce.
By all means, Spock.
There we go.
Look at their physiology, Jim. I think this explains the Lashayans' fascination with 3s and 6s.
It should be no surprise that physiology affects mind and behavior. I would say a six-fingered, six-eyed people would naturally develop their sciences and arts around base 6 numerical systems, just as I observed on the bridge.
Medical knowledge is comprehensive and lifespan is extended considerably over archaic expectations with maintenance of quality of life. Interesting data here about the six-eyed vision processing in the brain. Their eyesight must have been excellent and almost 300 degrees around.
Okay. So, we've downloaded the data, and this time we'll just tell Harry to get away from it. There he is.
Why, Captain, I see you got this machine to work. I tried to get it up and running for the longest time.
Help yourself, Harry. Knowledge is for everyone. Get away from that this instant, Harry, or I'll shoot you where you stand.
Whatever you say, Captain.
Ah. He broke it.
Oops!
Mud! Did you know what you just did? That knowledge was priceless, and you've just destroyed it forever.
Can we tell him off?
Kirk, look what you made me do! You and your clumsy Starfleet!
Mud, don't you realize what you've done? That knowledge was irreplaceable. You just burned down the galactic equivalent of the Library of Alexandria. Millions of lives might have been saved by the knowledge that you destroyed.
Now see here, Dr. McCoy. Don't blame me if Kirk's bellowing causes me to be a teeny bit clumsy.
Teeny bit clumsy, Mud? You're a disgrace to the entire human race.
How dare you, Kirk! I have half a mind to sue you for defamation of character.
Spock raises an eyebrow.
Captain, I think Mr. Mudd looks like he's getting out of control.
Kirk, get this muscle-bound clod away from me! I'm allergic to violence!
At ease, Lieutenant. He's not worth it.
Can we stun him? I vote we try. It's the least we can do.
Save new game. Cancel. Delete previous game. Save new game.
Okay. Not sure if that worked. I'll do it again just in case. No, don't load. Save.
Save new game. Replace.
Oh, I deleted it. Okay. Fine. So, whatever. We'll just...
Save new game. Cancel. Replace previous.
Replace. There. Okay, we saved. And... let's see. Phaser is set to stun.
Jim, you should relax a little more.
Oh. It's worth a try. So, what do we do next? Set to kill? Wow. I don't think that would work any better. Now he's messing around in here.
Why, Captain!
We'll just leave him in here.
Jim, that doesn't look good at all. Harry, let me take a look at you and check whether that had some deleterious effect.
No, you're all space aliens. You're little gray men from inside the hollow earth. You want to experiment on my body parts. Stay away from me!
Deleterious effects. I guess I don't even need my tricorder to know that.
You'll mind control me, kidnap my children, dissect my dog.
If we can get him on one of the beds and get it active, I think he can be cured. Otherwise, he's likely to become increasingly violent.
Stay away from me!
Well, we should have stunned him when we had the chance. So...
All yours now, Dr. McCoy.
I mean, why do we even have one of the security officers with us? So... like, we can start on helping him, but as long as we don't actually do it. put it in there.
The capsule slide into the machinery on the bed. I'm telling the program.
That would be...
Yeah, we don't need to cure him of being human, because I don't think the issue is the fact that he's human. If anything, we need to cure him of his personality. And I don't think that's possible. Or at least not advisable. Spock, go figure out this computer.
This is the secondary station. With the limited understanding we now have of the library computer data, these controls can now be activated. Available are sensors.
Sure, use the sensors.
The Enterprise is in combat with a number of Elassie pirate ships. Sensors. Navigation.
Which tells us
the computer
that we can't
reports
go
this
anywhere.
ship is in sensors. Navigation. Engineering.
Okay.
The engine pods are damaged, but still generating power, Captain. Sensors.
And
Done.
time for Kirk to have his moment using the bridge. Yeah, I think it's just
thanks to the library computer data, limited though it is,
weapons room.
these primary controls give me access to
communications.
The Enterprise is out of range for this equipment, under the conditions of static created by the neutron star.
Communications.
Yeah, his voice is different, but like...
Communications.
Keep in mind, the original series is from the 60s, and this game is from the 90s, so there's some time between those.
I guess the universe looks about like it did the last time we saw it. Communications.
Done.
So, I think his voice just changed. Yeah, I get that. I think, well, he was among the older of the original cast, I think. So I don't know what age he was when this game was, well, in production. So... I'd say his voice is still recognizable. Alright. But yes, like...
Save new game. Cancel. Replace previous game.
I'd say he did a great job at portraying the character overall. So... And yes. Yes. We know that she has passed away recently. And, yeah. It's a shame. And, yeah. But I'm just a streamer, so. Well, the thing is, me streaming this game today was, kind of decided a while ago. So, basically, I was going to probably be streaming Star Trek games this month anyway, since I'm replaying games I've played in the past. And, yeah, we did a poll on them, and, like, there were 2 Star Trek games on the poll, and both of it made it into the top 6, / the top 3. But the thing is, several games were tied in regards to votes. And since I'll be playing more than 6 games this month, well, no, I've only ever played this version. Okay. So... I'm not sure if I put the Stanley Parable on this poll. I streamed it, like, so long ago. So. I think since the newer version of the game is on the other poll, yeah. since that's the case, I didn't put it on this poll. So, either way, I have streamed the Sternly Parable, like, I think around 2017? Maybe it was early 2018? So, yeah, the poll, it takes a while for the command to, like, be available again. So, since it was just used 1 minute ago. Yeah. Anyway. So. Spock. Use this thing. Well, I'd assume there's new stuff there.
The device has finished loading, Captain.
So, this button. Nope. That's unloading.
The device has been unloaded, Captain.
Why would I be Harry Potter's sister? Because I have glasses? Like, I'm not even British.
The device has finished loading, Captain. I believe, Captain, that this weapon must be hooked up through the main weapons battery. However, I've already examined the weapons console, and the main weapons battery on this ship was completely destroyed in the action, which made her a derelict. Mr. Scott would have to go over this thoroughly, but I would recommend we try to take this weapon with us to the Enterprise.
Okay.
I don't think we should tinker with technology we don't understand, Spock, and I'm surprised you'd suggest such a thing. I agree that we should take it aboard the Enterprise.
Sure, let's take it along.
I'll try to raise the ship. Kirk to Enterprise. Kirk to Enterprise.
Seems like they're having issues. So...
I fail to see the logic in that action, Captain.
I look like Ron. Do I? I'd say no. Great. 10 out of 10. But yeah, I'd say I look even less like Ron. So... I usually get Hermione because of the hair, but... Anyway, let's see. Like, the blue button again doesn't do anything. The yellow one is unloading. That one doesn't work right now.
I believe, Captain, that this weapon must be hooked up through the main weapons battery. However, I've already examined... Mr. Scott would have to go over this thoroughly, but I would recommend we...
I don't think we should tinker with technology. I agree that I'll try to raise the ship. Kirk to Enterprise.
And yes, yes, buying chocolate in the rain does sound good. for you to say. So, do we need to repair this thing right now? Seems to be doing fine right now. But I think last time we had to repair it.
This life support generator.
Okay, we'll just... I'll not mess with it. We'll be fine.
Nothing happens.
Okay, so... I think we're just trying to contact the ship at this point. So, back to communications. Wait a second. He was just... Wasn't he? He was just outside, rummaging in those crates. Right? Oh, he was in here, unconscious. Not quite sure how that works. Okay then. Yeah, works somehow. I think he has a twin. So, let's see. Spock. You, no, that's Bones.
Everyone is healthy,
sorry.
Jim. There's no need for the medical kit here. I can't make anything of these controls.
Yeah, sorry, misclicked. So.
This is the secondary station. With the limited understanding we now have of the library computer data, these controls can now be activated. Available are sensors, engineering.
Right, communications is on the other
The
side.
engine pods are damaged, but still generating power, Captain. Sensors. Done.
Kirk, you use communication.
Thanks to the library computer data, limited though it is, these primary controls give me access to
communications. Scotty, report.
The Alaskan pirates have been driven off, Captain. We have damage and injuries among the crew. We just arrived back here a few minutes ago, and we've been trying to raise you on the communicators.
The local star seems to be acting up. Will there be a problem with the transporter? I want you to beam up the landing party, and I also want you to lock onto and beam aboard an alien mechanism we came across.
We can do it, Captain, no problem. At least right now, but the situation is only going to get worse. Are you ready to beam over now?
No, we want to look around some more. We'll call you on this channel when we're ready. Yes, bring us home, Mr. Scott. No, we want to look around some more. We'll call you on this channel when we're ready.
Fine. We'll go fix up Mud. It's fine. Everything's fine. This is fine. I don't want to save him, but I will. Alright. So.
Save new game. Cancel. Delete previous game. Replace.
There we go. And I think we're on save number 12, but I'll save it on 13 just in case. And Bones. Go fix him up. Would be best not to, but...
Okay, Harry, you should start to feel better in a few minutes. Just lie there quietly until you feel like moving.
Oh, give me something for this headache, Doc. A herd of Amari tree elephants landed behind my eyeballs and did a mating dance.
Maybe we shouldn't have woken him up. Maybe we should have just left him in here. Forever and ever and ever. But we won't. Because we're civilized or something. Okay, so, Scotty?
Thanks to the library computer data, limited though it is,
well,
these primary controls
give me access part of the crew.
to...
Communications. New developments, Mr. Scott?
The neutron star is causing more and more problems, Captain. I would recommend beaming over at your earliest possible convenience.
Later, Mr. Scott. Very well, bring us home, Mr. Scott.
There we go.
We have read your report on the problems at Harapan
66.
and evaluate your performance at 66%. You and your crew received 1 commendation points. A satisfactory performance, Captain, but there's still room for improvement.
I wired in that alien contraption to the torpedo system. It should boost the ship's firepower, Captain.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I only wish you could wire Harry Mudd to a photon torpedo.
While you were away, Captain, I made some travel arrangements that I thought you would approve of.
Travel arrangements?
I think you'll be happy to know that I've arranged for Stella Mudd to meet her long-lost husband on Starbase 7, sir.
Approved, Lieutenant. Take us out of here, Mr. Sulu.
Kidding.
Feathered Serpent.
That mission was silly.
Captain's log, stardate 5097.3. Starfleet reports major military activity in the Klingon sector near Krakur, a planet on the edge of Klingon space. Intelligence indicates that the Klingons are mobilizing a large fleet to search for a renegade who is responsible for a disruption of unknown nature on that planet. Federation sensors have found a faint energy trail leading to the planet Zam-4 in the Digifal system. We've been ordered by Starfleet to track down the source of the energy and discover what happened on Krakur before the Klingon fleet enters Federation space. If we are not successful, the Federation and the Klingon Empire may find themselves at war once again.
Thank you for the follow. So, let's see. I'm going to save again.
Save new game. Cancel, delete, replace previous.
Okay, and where are we supposed to go?
Orders are to proceed to the Digifal system.
Digifal. Spock, what do you
Nothing
think?
to report, Captain.
Nothing. Okay. So, Digifal system. Number 7, which is would be this one. Okay.
Captain, a Klingon battle cruiser has entered the system.
Oh boy.
Open hailing frequencies. This is Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. Klingon battlecruiser, you are in Federation space. You must leave immediately.
I am Commander Taras of the Nizra. We are in pursuit of a genocidal criminal. We are performing an act of mercy in removing him from your space. Naturally, you will remove your vessel from this system, for your own safety, of course.
I think we can take care of ourselves, Taraz, which is more than I can say for you, if the Nizra does not leave Federation space at once. You are in direct violation of the Organian Treaty, mister. If you have a problem, have your fleet commander take it up with them. If a Federation criminal were to pass into Klingon space, you'd be saying the same thing to me. Who do you think you're trying to fool, Taraz? Get your ship out of here.
Yeah,
You are in direct violation of the
it.
Organian Treaty, mister.
This
If you have a problem, have your fleet commander take it up with them. If a Federation criminal were to pass into Klingon space, you'd be saying the same thing to me.
If we are not allowed to capture this criminal, Captain, you may do this for us. We insist that we remain here to monitor the situation, but we will take no action, provided that you can bring him to us in 12 hours.
Agreed.
12 hours.
Vessels of war are not allowed in Federation space. You will pull back to the Organian neutral zone, and do so immediately. Agreed.
Tricky.
Vessels of war are not allowed in Federation space. You will pull back to the Organian neutral zone, and do so immediately.
No, I'm not doing a 12-hour marathon.
Agreed.
So, 5, I guess? Yeah, I don't know about this. But, as you did just point out, since we're just starting this episode, I think this is a good time to end the stream. No, it wasn't just because he pointed it out, so... Nobody blame anyone for the stream ending. It's just how they sit since the start of this episode. So, anyway. We do have a save already. So that will be that. I'll be continuing this game a week from now. And, yeah, that will be that. So, there we go. And my schedule for this week is, well, on Saturday we'll be playing Monkey Island 2. On Sunday we'll be playing Indiana Jones. And as I mentioned, we'll continue Star Trek 1 week from now. So, same time, same day of the week, just 1 week later. So, yeah. Also, for those of you who might not know, like, the Saturday, like, next week, not this week, that one's going to be my 5-year streaming anniversary, so, yeah. Like, if we don't finish Monkey Island 2 in one stream, odds are that one will have to wait for a bit, so maybe the stream on Thursday, like, next week, will be a mixed stream of, like, Monkey Island 2 and Star Trek, depending on how that goes. I don't know. So, yeah. Let's hope Monkey Island isn't in the news before then. Yeah, let's hope that. But the Monkey Island series is also currently in the news because of the new Monkey Island game. I think it's the new Monkey Island 3? Or was it 4? I think it was 3. So, either way, Monkey Island is also in the news. But I'm still going ahead with Anniversary Month as planned, no matter what. So, it's fine. Anyway, let's see who we're going to raid today. And in the meantime, you can look at my social links while I figure out who to raid. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I am currently still in the process of uploading my old VODs to the YouTube VOD channel. I just uploaded some new ones, well, new ones, today, which was, I think, Harvester. So, and in the next 2 days, I'll be uploading more of the Halloween VODs from 2020. So, yeah, I'm making progress, but it'll take a bit for me to catch up all the way. But, progress. So, there's that. Yeah, the next few VODs that are going to be uploaded are, I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream, and Phantasmagoria 2, so, yeah. Also, the other YouTube channel is one where Golem and I do, like, unique content that's only available on there, so if you want to check that out, you can do that. So, do you guys have any recommendations for who to raid? Otherwise, I'll just pick someone. I think I'll also check the category, just because it's been a while. Let's see. Yeah, a recommendation, but it's not retro. Well, I'd prefer to raid within retro since, well, we are playing we're basically just playing retro games this month, most likely. So, yeah. Just seems like the most fitting. I think we will raid Rig. He's currently playing a Castlevania game, apparently. So, yeah. I still have not played any of them, but they're pretty. So, there's that. Anyways, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys on Saturday with Monkey Island. So, yeah. Bye!